In the quiet hours before sunrise, when the air is still and the world feels half asleep, there is a place where history seems to breathe very softly. It is a land of wide skies and gentle light, a land shaped by a single river. If you listen closely, you can almost hear the slow movement of water, the soft brushing of reeds along the riverbank, the distant call of birds waking with the dawn. This is ancient Egypt. Long before large cities filled the world, before roads stretched across continents, before empires rose and fell in distant lands, there was the Nile. The river moved slowly through the dry earth like a long ribbon of life. On either side, the land was mostly quiet and empty. Sand stretched far into the distance. The sun warmed the ground during the day, and at night the air cooled into a gentle stillness. But near the water, everything changed. The soil there was dark and soft. It held moisture. It welcomed seeds. And so, people came. At first, they came in small groups, families. They built simple homes from mud and reeds. They woke with the light and slept with the dark. Their days were quiet and steady. In the early morning, before the sun grew strong, they would walk down to the river. The water felt cool against their hands. They filled clay jars, careful not to spill. Nearby, children would sit in the dust, drawing shapes with their fingers. They watched the grown-ups, learning without being taught. There were no great cities yet, no towering monuments, only small villages scattered gently along the river's edge. And yet, something important was beginning. Each year, the Nile would rise. It did not rush or roar. It came slowly. The water would spread across the land, covering the fields in a quiet flood. For a time, everything looked still. Then the water would begin to fall away. And when it did, it left behind something precious. A thin layer of rich, dark soil, soft, fertile, full of life. The people noticed this. They learned to wait. They learned to plant after the water had gone. Seeds pressed gently into the earth would begin to grow. Green shoots would rise from the soil, soft at first, then stronger each day. Wheat and barley swayed lightly in the breeze. Food became more certain, life became more stable, and slowly, almost without anyone realizing it, these small villages began to change. People no longer needed to move from place to place. They stayed. They built more carefully now. Walls were shaped with intention. Roofs were layered with care. Paths formed between homes, worn smooth by many footsteps. Neighbors began to know each other well. They shared tools. They shared food. They shared quiet conversations at the end of long days. Time passed gently. Seasons came and went, each one marked by the steady rhythm of the river. And with each passing year, the people learned a little more. They learned how to guide the water. Small channels were dug by hand, leading water into the fields. It was slow work. The sun rested heavily on their backs. The soil clung to their fingers. But the work was peaceful in its own way. There was a sense of purpose, a quiet understanding that the river gave life, and that life could be gently guided. As the villages grew, so did the need for order. Someone had to decide when to plant. Someone had to help settle small disagreements. And so, leaders began to appear. Not kings, not yet, just individuals who were trusted. They spoke calmly. They listened carefully. People followed them not out of fear, but out of quiet respect. Over time, these small communities began to connect. Boats moved along the Nile, carrying goods from one village to another. The boats were simple, made from bundled reeds or carved wood. They drifted with the current, guided by steady hands.
On these boats were baskets of grain, jars of oil, woven cloth. And with them came stories. Stories of other villages. Stories of distant lands along the same river. The world, though still small, was beginning to feel connected. As this connection grew, something even more subtle began to shake. A shared way of life. People in different places began to farm in similar ways. They built similar homes. They believed in similar unseen forces. They looked at the sky and felt the same quiet wonder. The sun rose each day, steady and reliable. It warmed the land. It lit the river in soft gold. At night, the stars appeared, clear, countless, silent. People began to feel that there was something larger guiding all of this, something gentle, something constant. They gave names to these feelings. They imagined gods, not distant or harsh, but present, connected to the river, the sky, the earth. Life became not just about survival, but about understanding. And in this slow, thoughtful way, ancient Egypt began to form. Not through sudden change, not through loud moments, but through quiet repetition, through the steady rhythm of days and nights, through the soft rise and fall of the Nile, through the patient work of human hands. What began as scattered villages was slowly becoming something more, a land that moved together, a people that shared a rhythm. And deep within that rhythm, something powerful was growing, not loud, not rushed, but steady, like the river itself.
As the river continued its slow and faithful journey, the land beside it grew more familiar to those who lived there. The same bends in the water, the same clusters of trees, the same stretches of open sky. Nothing felt hurried. And yet, over many quiet years, gentle changes began to settle into place. The villages, once small and separate, were no longer alone. Paths between them became clearer. Boat routes became more common. People began to recognize faces from distant settlements. Voices carried stories from farther along the river than ever before. There was a growing sense that they were all part of something shared, not something spoken aloud, but something quietly understood. The Nile connected them. It fed them. It guided their days. It shaped their thinking. And because of this shared rhythm, the people themselves began to grow more alike. Their tools improved slowly. Stone blades became smoother. Clay pots became more even in shape. Hands that worked every day grew skilled without effort. A farmer could look at the soil and know when it was ready. A builder could shape mud walls that stood firm through wind and time. Nothing was rushed. Skills passed from one person to another in silence, through watching and doing. Children learned by sitting close, by observing, by trying again and again. The world was still simple, but it was no longer uncertain. Food was more reliable now. Granaries began to appear, simple storage spaces made of mud and straw. Inside, grains were kept safe from moisture and animals. There was comfort in knowing that the coming days would be steady. And with that comfort came something new. Time to think. Time to notice things that once went unseen. People began to look more closely at the sky. They noticed patterns. The sun always returned. The river always rose and fell in its season. The stars moved in slow, careful paths across the night sky. There was order in all of it, a quiet, dependable order. And this order began to shape the way people lived. They planned their planting. They organized their work. They began to understand that life could be guided,
just as the water could be guided through channels in the soil. And with this understanding, leadership began to change. No longer just trusted individuals within a village, now some people began to guide larger groups. They helped organize multiple communities at once. They made decisions that affected not just one settlement, but many. Still, this was done quietly. There were no grand displays, no loud declarations, just calm voices, careful planning, a growing sense of structure. Over time, the land itself seemed to divide naturally. To the south, where the river began its long journey, the land was narrower. Cliffs rose gently on either side, holding the river in a tighter path. This region felt more contained, more enclosed. To the north, where the river spread out before meeting the Great Sea, the land opened wide. Water branched into many smaller streams. Fields stretched out in different directions. This region felt broader, more open. The people living in these two areas began to notice their differences, not as conflict, but as identity. The southern lands became known for their closeness, their strong sense of unity. The northern lands, with their wide spaces, developed their own rhythm, still connected, but gently distinct. Over time, these differences took shape in quiet ways. Clothing styles varied slightly. Tools were shaped with small differences. Even the way people spoke carried subtle changes. And from this, something deeper began to form, a sense of belonging, not just to a village, but to a region, to a part of the river. And as this sense grew, so too did the idea of larger leadership. In the south, strong figures began to emerge, not loud or forceful, but steady and present. They guided many villages together. They helped organize the flow of water across wider areas. They ensured that food was stored carefully, shared when needed. In the north, similar figures appeared. Different people, but similar roles. Each region, in its own quiet way, was becoming more unified within itself. Two lands were forming, two rhythms, both shaped by the same river, yet growing in slightly different ways. And still, life remained calm. Farmers woke early, as they always had. They walked the fields barefoot, feeling the softness of the earth beneath them. They checked the growth of their crops, brushing their hands gently over the leaves. In the villages, smoke rose slowly from cooking fires. Simple meals were prepared. Bread made from ground grain, vegetables grown close to home, water drawn fresh from the Nile. The sounds of daily life were soft, footsteps on packed earth, the quiet murmur of conversation, the occasional call of an animal in the distance. Nothing was sharp, nothing was sudden. Even change came gently. Boats continued to travel, but now they carried more than goods. They carried ideas, ways of building, ways of organizing, ways of understanding the world. And slowly these ideas began to spread. What worked well in one place was adopted in another. A better way to store grain, a stronger method of shaping bricks. Knowledge moved like the river itself, not in a rush, but steadily, surely. And with each passing year, the connections between people grew stronger. The Nile was no longer just a source of life. It was a path, a quiet road linking many lives together. And somewhere in within this growing connection, within this shared rhythm of water and earth, a larger idea began to form. The idea that all of this, the southern lands, the northern lands, the river that joined them, could become one. Not through force, not through sudden change, but through a slow and natural coming together, like small streams joining into a wider flow. This idea did not appear all at once. It grew quietly, in conversations between leaders, in shared efforts during times of need, in the simple understanding that life was easier when people worked together. And as this idea continued to take shape, the land itself seemed to prepare for it. The Nile flowed as it always had. The seasons turned as they always would. But now there was a quiet sense of direction, a feeling that something larger was gently forming, not visible yet, not fully understood, but present, like the soft light before sunrise.
In the gentle passage of time, the land beside the Nile continued to settle into its quiet rhythm. Nothing felt sudden. Days followed one another in a soft and steady pattern. Morning light spread slowly across the fields. The river moved in silence, and people carried on with their familiar tasks. And yet, beneath this peaceful surface, something deeper was beginning to take shape. The two lands, the South and the North, were no longer just places. They were becoming identities. In the South, where the river flowed through narrower paths, life felt closely woven together. Villages stood nearer to one another. The cliffs, rising softly on either side, created a sense of enclosure. People there felt connected, not only by the river, but by the closeness of the land itself. In the north, where the river opened into many branches, life spread outward. Fields reached farther into the distance. Waterways crossed and divided, forming a wide and gentle network. The people there adapted to this openness. Their lives moved with a slightly different rhythm, still calm, still steady, but shaped by space. These differences were not sharp. They did not create conflict. Instead, they existed like two melodies, quiet and distinct, yet part of the same larger harmony. Still, as the years passed, each region began to look inward. Leaders in both lands became more defined. In the South, one figure began to stand out among the others. He was not loud, he did not rush, but his presence carried weight. He spoke with calm certainty. He listened carefully before making decisions. People trusted him, not because they were told to, but because his choices brought stability. Fields were well managed. Water was shared wisely. Disagreements were settled with quiet fairness. Under his guidance, the southern lands became more unified than ever before. Villages that once acted alone now moved together. They planted at the same times. They stored food with shared purpose. There was a sense of order that felt natural, not imposed. In the north, similar changes were taking place. Leaders there also grew in influence. They coordinated the many waterways. They ensured that the wide fields were used carefully. The openness of the land required thoughtful organization, and so systems formed, slowly and gently. Nothing was forced. Everything grew from need, from observation, from patience. Two strong regions now stood along the Nile, each complete in its own way, each shaped by the same river, yet guided by its own rhythm. And between them, the river continued to flow, carrying water, carrying goods, carrying quiet messages from one land to the other. People traveled more often now. Boats moved steadily between north and south. On these journeys, they saw the differences, the change in shape of the land, the shifting patterns of fields and homes. But they also saw the similarities,
the same careful farming, the same respect for the river, the same quiet way of life. And with each journey, the idea of unity grew a little stronger. Not as a demand, not as a plan, but as a possibility, a natural extension of what already existed. There were moments, small, almost unnoticed, when this possibility became clearer. A time when the river's flood was lower than expected, and one region had more grain than the other. Boats carried food from one land to another, not as charity, but as shared survival. Another time when building techniques from the north improved the strength of homes in the south. These exchanges were simple, but they carried meaning. They showed that the two lands, though different, could support one another, that together they were stronger. And slowly, this understanding began to settle into the minds of those who led, especially in the South. The Southern leader, whose influence had grown steadily, began to see beyond his own land. He understood the rhythm of the Nile deeply. He understood how the river connected everything. And he began to imagine a different kind of order, one that stretched from the narrow southern paths to the wide northern delta, one that brought both lands into a single, shared flow. This was not a loud vision. It was not spoken in grand words. It was a quiet thought, a steady idea forming over time. He did not rush to it. He waited. He observed. He allowed the idea to grow naturally, just as the crops grew after the flood. And as he waited, he strengthened what already existed. He ensured that the southern lands were stable, that the people were cared for, that the systems in place worked smoothly. He built trust, not only among his own people, but among those who traveled between regions. The river carried his reputation northward. Stories of calm leadership, of steady decisions, of a land that functioned with quiet harmony. In the north, these stories were heard. They were not ignored. They settled gently into the thoughts of northern leaders. And while the north remained independent, there was a growing awareness, a sense that change might come. Not suddenly, not through conflict, but through the same slow process that had shaped everything else along the Nile. Through time, through connection, through shared experience. The land itself seemed ready. The river, always patient, continued its steady course. The seasons turned without hurry. Fields were planted, harvests were gathered. Life moved forward in its quiet, dependable way. And within this calm and steady world, two lands stood on the edge of becoming one. Not yet joined, but no longer separate in spirit. The distance between them felt smaller now, the differences softer, and the idea of unity, once only a quiet possibility, was beginning to feel inevitable, like the rising of the river, like the coming of the light.
The days moved forward without hurry. Morning came with soft light spreading across the fields. Evening followed with long shadows stretching gently over the land. The Nile flowed as it always had, quiet, certain, unchanging in its rhythm. And yet, within this peaceful repetition, a turning point was slowly approaching. It did not arrive with noise. It did not announce itself. It grew quietly, like a seed beneath the soil. In the southern lands, the leader who had guided his people with calm strength now carried a deeper understanding. He had watched the river for many seasons. He had listened to the needs of his people. He had seen how cooperation brought ease
and how division made life harder. And so the idea that had once been only a faint thought had now become something more solid. Still quiet, but steady. He began to extend his reach, not through force, but through presence. Messengers traveled along the Nile. They moved gently, by boat, following the current northward. They did not carry threats. They carried words, simple words. Words about shared water, shared harvests, shared peace. When they arrived in the northern lands, they spoke calmly with local leaders. They described the order of the South, the way the fields were managed, the way disputes were settled without unrest. They spoke of balance, of a life where the river's gifts were carefully guided and shared. Some in the north listened with interest. Others remained quiet, thoughtful. The north had its own way of life, its own sense of order. But even so, the idea of a greater unity began to settle into their thoughts, not as something forced upon them, but as something that might bring stability. As seasons passed, these quiet exchanges continued. Boats traveled back and forth, words were shared, understanding grew, and slowly something began to shift. The distance between the two lands, once felt in small differences, began to fade. Not completely, but enough for something new to form. At first, it was subtle. Agreements between neighboring regions, shared efforts in managing water, small steps, barely noticeable to those living their daily lives. But over time, these steps became more frequent, more natural. The Southern leader remained patient. He did not rush. He understood that true unity could not be forced. It had to grow, like the crops in the fields, like the river's slow and steady rise. And then, in time, the moment came. It was not loud, it was not sudden, but it was clear. The two lands, long shaped by the same river, were ready to come together. The Southern leader moved northward, not with chaos, not with destruction, but with purpose. There may have been moments of resistance, small and brief, but they did not define what followed, because what was taking shape was larger than any single moment. It was the joining of two rhythms into one, the narrowing paths of the South and the wide open waters of the North, together under one steady hand. And so the land became unified. Upper and Lower Egypt, once distinct, were now joined. One land, one people, one shared flow along the Nile. The leader of the South became something new, not just a guide of villages, not just a coordinator of regions, but a ruler of the entire land, a king. In time, he would be remembered as the first to bring this unity. His name would echo softly through history. But in that moment, what mattered was not the name, it was the change. A new kind of order had begun. Symbols emerged to reflect this unity. The crowns of the two lands, once separate, were combined. A single symbol representing both the North and the South. A quiet reminder that two worlds had become one. And with this unity came something deeper, a sense of balance. The people understood that the land worked best when everything was in harmony. The river, the fields, the sky, and the people themselves. This idea became central to their way of life, not spoken loudly, but felt in the careful planning of crops, in the fair sharing of food, in the calm resolution of disagreements. The king was seen not as a distant figure, but as a keeper of this balance, a guardian of order, a steady presence ensuring that the rhythm of life continued without disruption. And under this new unity, the land began to change, slowly, gently, but unmistakably. Larger projects became possible. Fields were organized on a wider scale. Water channels stretched farther. Labor was shared across greater distances. People worked together, not just within their own villages, but across the entire land. The Nile, once a connector of separate places, now flowed through a single unified kingdom. And as this unity settled into place, something else began to grow. Confidence. A quiet, steady confidence. The people knew their land. They understood its rhythms. They trusted its order. And now, unified under one rule, they began to see what they could become. Not in grand or sudden ways, but through the same slow, careful process that had shaped everything before. Through patience, through balance, through time. The foundation had been laid, a single land, guided by a single vision, rooted deeply in the rhythms of the Nile. And from this foundation, something even greater would begin to rise. Not at all at once, not with noise, but with the same quiet certainty that had always guided the Nile.
With the two lands now joined, the rhythm of life along the Nile began to deepen. It did not change suddenly. The mornings were still quiet. The river still moved in its steady way. Fields still waited patiently for the return of the flood. But beneath these familiar patterns, something more structured was beginning to take form. The king, now guiding the unified land, carried a quiet responsibility, not only to lead, but to maintain balance. Balance between water and soil, between people and resources, between the seen world and the unseen forces they believed shaped everything. This balance became the heart of the kingdom. It was not written in laws at first. It was felt, a shared understanding that everything had its place and that harmony must be preserved. To support this growing order, new roles began to appear. Not loudly, not all at once, but gradually as the needs of the land became clearer. There were those who watched the river closely. They observed its rise and fall. They noted how far the waters reached each season. Their work was quiet but important. They helped others understand when to plant, when to prepare, when to wait. There were also those who organized the storage of grain. They oversaw the granaries, ensuring that food was kept safe and distributed carefully. Their hands moved slowly through the stored harvest, checking its condition. Their work brought stability. No one needed to fear sudden hunger. Then there were those who helped build, not just homes now, but larger structures, storage buildings, meeting spaces, places where people could gather and work together. Mud bricks were shaped carefully, one after another, each one placed with intention. The work was steady, repetitive, almost meditative. The sound of hands pressing clay, the soft placement of each brick, it all blended into the quiet rhythm of daily life. And as these roles expanded, so too did the need for communication. The kingdom had grown large. Messages needed to travel across greater distances. At first, this was done by memory, words carried from one place to another. But memory could fade. And so, slowly, something remarkable began to develop. Marks. Simple at first, shapes pressed into clay or carved lightly into surfaces. They were not yet a full system, but they held meaning, a way to remember, a way to record. Those who learned to make these marks became important. They worked carefully, their hands steady, each line, each shape placed with thought. They recorded the movement of goods, the storage of grain, the offerings made to the unseen forces they believed in. This was the beginning of something lasting,
a way for the land to remember itself. As the kingdom settled into this new order, beliefs also grew more defined. The people had always felt a connection to something beyond what they could see. Now those feelings took clearer form. The river was not just water, it was life itself. The sun was not just light, it was a constant presence, rising and setting with quiet certainty. The sky, the earth, the animals, the wind, all were part of a greater balance, and the king stood at the center of this understanding, not above the people, but connected to both the land and the unseen, a bridge between worlds. Temples began to appear. At first, they were simple places, open spaces marked by careful arrangement. Offerings were placed there, food, small objects, crafted items, given not out of fear, but out of respect, out of a desire to keep balance. The air in these places felt still, quiet, as if the world itself paused for a moment. And in that stillness, people felt a sense of calm, a sense that everything was as it should be. Meanwhile, along the river, life continued in its steady way. Farmers worked their fields. Their movements were familiar, practiced over many seasons. They bent low to the earth, their hands moving through the soil. They spoke little, but their work spoke for them. Nearby, children played. Their laughter was soft, carried gently by the breeze. They followed their parents, learning through watching. In the villages, daily routines unfolded without rush. Food was prepared slowly. Grain was ground into flour using simple stones. The sound of grinding was steady, rhythmic, a quiet background to the day. Cloth was woven by hand, threads crossing one another, forming patterns that were simple but strong. Everything took time, and no one hurried it, because time itself felt abundant. As seasons passed, the unity of the land became more natural. What had once been two regions now felt like one continuous space. Travel became easier. Trade became more organized. Goods moved steadily along the Nile. Grain, tools, crafted items. Each exchange strengthened the connections between people. And with each connection, the kingdom grew more stable, more complete. There was no single moment when Egypt became powerful. It did not happen in a flash. It happened like everything else along the Nile, slowly, quietly, through countless small actions repeated over time, through careful observation, through patience, and through a deep respect for balance. This was the beginning of something enduring, a system that could support not just survival, but growth, a land that could sustain itself and begin to look outward, not yet in conquest, not yet in expansion, but in awareness, an understanding that beyond the river there were other lands, other people, other ways of life. And as this awareness gently took root, Egypt, steady and unified, began to prepare for the next stage of its long and quiet rise.
As the unified land settled into its steady rhythm, a deeper sense of order began to spread across Egypt. It was not something people spoke about often. It was simply there, in the way fields were planted at the right time, in the way water was guided gently through the soil, in the way people trusted that tomorrow would arrive much like today. This quiet order gave the kingdom strength, not the kind of strength that is loud or forceful, but a calm, lasting strength, the kind that grows slowly, like roots beneath the earth. The king, at the center of this growing land, continued to guide without haste. His role became more clearly understood with each passing season. He was not only a leader of people,
He was a keeper of balance, a guardian of the natural rhythm that sustained everything. And to support him, more layers of responsibility began to form. People who could observe carefully, who could remember, who could organize. These individuals worked close to the king. They helped ensure that the many parts of the land moved together, not apart. They listened to reports from distant villages. They noted how much grain was stored, how much water had reached the fields, where small problems might be quietly forming. Their work was calm and methodical. There was no urgency in their movements, only attention, only care. And through this careful attention, the kingdom became more connected than ever before. Messages moved steadily along the Nile. Boats carried not only goods, but information. The river, always patient, became the thread that held everything together. Along its banks, life continued in familiar ways. Farmers rose early, stepping into the cool air before the sun grew warm. They walked the edges of their fields, observing the soil. They knew its texture. They knew its scent. They could tell just by touch what it needed. Nearby, water channels flowed gently. Hand-dug and carefully maintained, they guided the river's gift into the land. There was a quiet satisfaction in this work, a feeling of working with nature, not against it. Further along the river, builders continued their steady labor. Structures grew larger now, not in sudden leaps, but through patient effort. Mud bricks were shaped in the sun, laid one upon another, each layer rising slowly. These buildings were not meant to impress, they were meant to last, strong, simple, reliable. In the villages, daily life remained soft and predictable. Meals were shared in silence or in quiet conversation. Bread, still warm from simple ovens, was broken and passed between hands. Water was poured carefully into clay cups. There was comfort in these small routines, a sense that life, though simple, was full. And as this calm stability spread, something new began to emerge: specialization. Not everyone needed to do the same work anymore. Some people became more focused on crafting tools. Their hands shaped stone with care, creating blades that were sharper, more precise. Others worked with wood, forming simple boats that moved smoothly along the river. There were those who became skilled in weaving. Their fingers moved with quiet rhythm, creating cloth that was both practical and enduring. And there were those who continued to refine the art of marking and recording. The early symbols they used grew more detailed, more expressive. They could now represent not just objects, but ideas, not just what was seen, but what was meant. These markings were placed carefully on surfaces, on clay, on stone. They recorded the movement of goods, the offerings made, the decisions taken. Through them, the kingdom began to remember more clearly. Memory was no longer held only in the mind. It could now rest in something lasting. This quiet development would shape the future in ways not yet fully understood. Meanwhile, the beliefs of the people continued to deepen. The unseen forces they felt around them became more defined. The sun, rising each day with quiet certainty, was seen as a source of life. The river, ever flowing, was seen as a giver of nourishment. The earth, receiving the flood and producing crops, was seen as a source of renewal. These ideas were not separate, they were connected, part of a single balance. And the king stood at the center of this balance, not as a ruler above nature, but as part of it. Temples became more carefully constructed, still simple, but with more intention, spaces where people could come not just to offer, but to feel connected. The air within these places remained still, soft, as if time itself slowed down. Outside, the land stretched wide and calm. The desert, beyond the river's reach, remained quiet and untouched. Its sands held a different kind of stillness, a reminder of how precious the river's life truly was. And within this contrast between fertile land and silent desert, the people understood something deeply. Their world was delicate, balanced, sustained by the steady rhythm of the Nile. And so they treated it with care. They did not rush. They did not take more than they needed. They lived in a way that followed the natural flow around them. As years passed, this careful way of living allowed the kingdom to grow stronger, not through expansion, not through sudden change, but through stability, through consistency, through a quiet mastery of their environment. And as this strength deepened, Egypt began to stand apart, not visibly, not loudly, but in the quiet sense that this land, this unified, balanced place, had something rare, something enduring, a system that worked, a rhythm that sustained, a way of life that could continue season after season without breaking. This was the beginning of true power, not the kind that demands attention, but the kind that does not need to, because it is steady, because it is lasting, because it flows like the Nile itself.
As the years passed in their quiet, repeating rhythm, Egypt began to feel more complete within itself. The river still flowed without hurry. The fields still followed the gentle cycle of flood and growth. The people still moved through their days with calm, practiced care. But now there was something deeper beneath it all, a sense of continuity, a feeling that life was not just happening, but being carried forward. The work of one season supported the next. The knowledge of one generation passed softly into the hands of another. Nothing was lost. Everything was added, layer by layer, like the slow building of a wall made to last. The king, seated quietly at the center of this growing world, became more than a leader of land and people. He became a symbol, not in a loud or distant way, but in a steady, ever-present way. To the people, he represented order, the same order they saw in the rising sun, in the returning flood, in the careful balance of nature. This idea shaped how the kingdom functioned. The king's presence was felt across the land, even in places far from where he lived, not through force, but through structure, through systems that worked quietly and reliably. Those who served close to him continued their careful duties. They recorded harvests, they noted the flow of goods, they observed the condition of fields and waterways. Their work was steady and precise, each mark made with intention, each record kept with care. And through these efforts, the kingdom became more organized than ever before. There was a growing sense that everything had its place, that every action, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. Along the Nile, life remained peaceful. Farmers walked their fields in the early light. They bent low to check the crops, brushing their hands across the leaves. They could feel the health of the plants in their fingertips. Nearby, water moved slowly through narrow channels. The soft sound of it was constant, almost soothing. In the villages, daily life unfolded with quiet familiarity. Clay pots were shaped by hand. The wheel, simple and steady, turned beneath careful fingers. Each pot was slightly different. Each one carried the mark of the person who made it. Bread was baked in small ovens. The scent of it filled the air, warm and comforting. People gathered to eat,
sharing simple meals in calm silence. There was no need for hurry. Time stretched gently across the day. And as these peaceful routines continued, something subtle began to change in the way the people saw themselves. They were no longer just individuals living beside a river. They were part of something larger, a kingdom, a shared identity. This feeling was not forced. It grew naturally, like everything else, through shared work, through shared beliefs, through the quiet understanding that their lives were connected. And as this sense of unity deepened, the kingdom began to reach slightly beyond itself. Not in large steps, not with sudden movement, but in small, careful ways. People became aware of lands beyond the desert, places where the river did not flow, places where life followed a different rhythm. Traders began to travel a little farther. Their boats moved along the Nile, then beyond its familiar edges. They carried goods, grain, crafted items, woven cloth. In return, they brought back things that were new, stone of different kinds, materials not found along the river. These exchanges were quiet. They did not change daily life immediately, but they added something new, a sense that Egypt was part of a wider world. Still, the heart of everything remained the same, the Nile. It continued its slow and faithful journey, untouched by the small expansions of human activity. It rose and fell as it always had, and the people continued to follow its lead. As the kingdom became more connected and more aware, its ability to organize also grew. Larger projects began to take shape, not suddenly, but through careful planning, through many hands working together. Stone, once used only in small ways, began to be shaped more deliberately. Heavier pieces were moved with patience, lifted, placed, adjusted. The work was slow, measured. There was no rush, only persistence. These early structures were not yet grand, but they marked a shift, a quiet movement toward something more lasting, something that would remain long after the hands that built it had rested. And within this work, there was a sense of calm purpose. People understood their roles. They worked together without noise, without conflict, each person contributing in their own way. The kingdom was becoming more than stable. It was becoming capable of shaping the land, capable of organizing large efforts, capable of sustaining itself not just in the present, but into the future. And this quiet capability, this steady, growing strength, was the beginning of something greater, not yet visible in full, not yet recognized as power, but present, deeply rooted, like the river beneath the surface of the land. And as time continued its gentle flow, Egypt moved forward, not quickly, not loudly, but with a calm certainty, towards a future where its quiet strength would begin to extend beyond its borders.
As time moved forward in its gentle, unbroken way, Egypt began to change in forms that could now be seen more clearly. The land was still calm. The river still followed its ancient path. The people still lived in quiet rhythm with the seasons. But now, their efforts were beginning to leave marks that would last far beyond a single lifetime. The small structures of earlier days were slowly giving way to something more enduring. Stone, once used sparingly, was now shaped with greater care. It was heavier than mud brick, more difficult to move, but also stronger, more lasting. Those who worked with stone learned through patience. They studied its surface. They understood where it would split, where it would hold firm. Each piece was shaped slowly. There was no forceful cutting, only steady, repeated motion.
hands guiding tools again and again until the stone took the desired form. These early stone structures rose gradually along the land, not in great numbers, not all at once, but enough to signal a quiet shift, a desire to create something that would remain, something that would not fade with the seasons. And as these structures appeared, they carried a deeper meaning. They were not just places or buildings, they were expressions of order, of permanence, of a world that was no longer temporary. The king, as the center of this growing stability, became more closely linked to these lasting forms. His role extended beyond life itself. The people began to see him not only as a guide of the present, but as part of an unbroken continuity, something that would endure. And so careful attention was given to how he would be remembered, not in loud celebrations, but in quiet, lasting ways. Structures began to take shape that were meant to honor this continuity. At first, they were simple, low rectangular forms built of stone, carefully aligned, carefully constructed, each layer placed with precision. These early forms were the beginning of something that would grow more complex over time. But even now, they carried a sense of stillness, a feeling that time itself slowed around them. Nearby, workers moved calmly. They did not rush. They lifted stone together, their movements coordinated without need for loud instruction. There was a shared understanding, a rhythm to their work. The sound of tools against stone was soft but steady, a repeating note that blended with the quiet of the landscape. And as these projects continued, the organization of the kingdom deepened further. Large groups of people could now work together toward a single purpose, not through force, but through structure, through planning, through trust. Food was provided, water was available, work was steady and predictable. There was no chaos, only a calm sense of direction. Along the Nile, daily life continued much as it always had. Farmers tended their fields. The flood came and went. Crops grew. Harvests were gathered. But now there was an awareness that their work supported something larger. The grain they produced fed not only their families, but also those working on these lasting structures. The connection between daily life and larger efforts became clear. Everything was linked. Everything had purpose. In the villages, the quiet routines remained unchanged. Children still played in the soft dust of the ground. They watched the adults, learning without being taught. They saw the steady work, the calm cooperation, and they grew into it naturally. In the evenings, the air cooled. The sky stretched wide above the land. Stars appeared slowly, one by one. People rested, their bodies tired, but their minds at ease. There was a sense that life was stable, that it would continue, that tomorrow would arrive gently, just as today had. And beyond the river's edge, the desert remained silent. Its vast stillness framed the life of Egypt, a reminder of how unique this fertile strip truly was, a place where order had taken root, where balance was maintained, where human effort and natural rhythm moved together. As the kingdom continued to grow in quiet strength, its influence began to extend further, not through sudden expansion, but through presence, through the steady flow of goods and ideas along the Nile and beyond. Other lands, distant and different, began to notice. They saw a place where life was organized, where resources were managed, where stability endured.
And though Egypt did not yet reach outward with intention, its quiet strength was already being felt. This was the nature of its rise, not loud, not forceful, but steady, unbroken, like the river itself. And as these early stone structures stood under the wide sky, as the people continued their calm and careful lives, as the king's role became more deeply connected to the idea of lasting order, Egypt moved one step closer to something remarkable. A form of power that did not fade, a presence that would grow quietly, season after season, until it became something the world beyond the river could no longer ignore.
The land of Egypt remained calm. The river moved as it always had, steady, patient, and sure. And yet the marks of human hands were now becoming more visible across the landscape. What had once been small and simple was slowly growing in scale. Still quiet, still careful, but larger, more deliberate. The early stone structures that had risen along the Nile began to evolve. They became more refined, more balanced, each line straighter, each surface smoother. Those who worked with stone grew more skilled with time. They understood how to shape it, how to move it, how to place it so that it would endure. Their work was never rushed. Days passed in repetition, tools striking stone in soft, steady rhythm, hands brushing away dust, eyes studying each piece before it was set into place. This slow process gave the structures a sense of calm strength. They did not feel forced into existence. They felt settled, as if they belonged to the land itself. And as these forms became more precise, they also became more meaningful. They were no longer only practical. They carried intention. They reflected the growing belief that life and even death followed a greater order. The king, at the center of this belief, was now seen in a new light, not only as a ruler of the living, but as part of something that continued beyond life. His presence was understood as ongoing, unbroken, and so the structures built in his name were designed to last, to remain still and unchanged while time moved gently around them. These ideas shaped the next steps in Egypt's quiet rise. The structures grew more complex. Layer upon layer, they rose higher, not suddenly, but through the same patient effort that had defined everything before. At first, they appeared as stepped forms, low and wide at the base, rising gradually upward, each level carefully aligned, each stone placed with purpose. There was no decoration that distracted the eye, only form, only balance, only stillness. And around these structures, life continued. Workers moved calmly through their tasks. They carried stone, guided tools, adjusted placements. Their movements were steady, almost rhythmic. There was no sense of urgency, only a shared understanding of the work. Nearby, others prepared food. Large quantities of grain were ground, bread baked in steady cycles, water carried in clay vessels. Everything was organized, everything had its place. The work did not disturb the peace of the land. It became part of it, a quiet extension of the same rhythm that guided the river and the fields. And as these larger projects continued, the kingdom revealed something new about itself. It could sustain effort over long periods. It could gather people from many places and guide them toward a single goal. It could plan, prepare, and carry work forward without breaking its calm balance.
This was a different kind of strength, not sudden, not forceful, but enduring, the kind that grows slowly and remains steady. Along the Nile, the familiar patterns of life remained unchanged. Farmers still watched the river with quiet attention. They knew when the flood would come. They knew how to prepare the soil. They trusted the rhythm they had always followed. Children still grew within this steady world. They learned not through instruction, but through observation. They saw the calm work of their parents, the careful shaping of stone, the quiet respect given to the river and the land, and they carried these ways forward. In the villages, evenings remained soft and still. The sky darkened slowly. Stars appeared in silence. People rested, their bodies at ease after the day's work. There was comfort in the repetition, in knowing that tomorrow would bring the same gentle pattern. And beyond all of this, the desert remained unchanged, a vast, silent presence. Its stillness contrasted with the life along the river, yet also protected it, framing it, holding it in quiet isolation. As the structures continued to rise, slowly, steadily, they began to draw attention. Not loudly, not dramatically, but steadily. They stood against the horizon, simple yet unmistakable, signs that this land was capable of something rare, something lasting. Other lands, distant and different, began to hear of Egypt, of its steady river, of its organized life, of its ability to build in ways that endured. These stories traveled slowly, carried by traders, by travelers, by quiet observation. And with each telling, Egypt's presence grew, not through conquest, not through force, but through recognition. A quiet understanding that this land, shaped by the Nile and guided by balance, had become something more, something stable, something lasting, something powerful. And still, Egypt did not change its nature. It did not rush outward. It did not abandon its calm rhythm. It continued as it always had, steady, patient, balanced. Because this was the source of its strength. This was what allowed it to grow without breaking, to expand without losing itself, to become more without becoming restless.
Time moved forward in its gentle way. Nothing rushed. Nothing demanded attention. And yet, the land of Egypt was quietly reaching a new stage in its long, steady becoming. The stepped structures that had risen from the earth, carefully shaped, patiently built, began to guide new ideas. Those who worked with stone started to see possibilities. Not sudden visions, but gradual understandings. They noticed how weight rested on each layer, how balance was maintained, how form could be shaped not just for strength, but for harmony. And slowly, almost without anyone marking the exact moment, the design began to change. The steps softened. The lines became smoother. The structure, instead of rising in clear levels, began to move toward a more continuous form, a shape that felt complete, a shape that pointed gently upward. The work remained slow. Stone was still cut and placed with care. Each block moved into position through effort that was steady and shared. Nothing was wasted, nothing was hurried. But now the intention behind the work had deepened. These were no longer just structures meant to last. They were meant to reflect something greater,
a connection between earth and sky, a quiet expression of order that extended beyond the visible world. As these new forms began to rise, they carried a stillness that felt almost timeless. Their surfaces caught the light of the sun in soft ways. At dawn, they glowed faintly. At midday, they stood bright and clear. At evening, they softened into shadow. They did not move, they did not change, and yet the light around them shifted constantly, giving them a quiet sense of life. Workers continued their careful tasks around these growing forms. They moved in rhythm with one another. There was no loud instruction, only shared understanding. Stone after stone, placed with patience. The sound of work remained soft, a steady, repeating presence in the air. Nearby, life continued as it always had. The Nile flowed gently. Fields were planted and harvested. The people lived within their familiar routines. And yet, these structures began to shape how they saw their world. They were reminders of continuity, of balance, of something that endured beyond the passing of seasons. The king, whose role had already grown in meaning, became even more closely tied to these lasting forms. He was no longer seen only as a guide of the present. He became part of an unbroken line, a presence that extended beyond life. And the structures rising from the land reflected this idea. They were not built for a single moment. They were built for all moments that would follow. The organization required to create these forms deepened the strength of the kingdom. More people were involved. More resources were carefully managed. Food, water, tools, everything was coordinated with quiet precision. There was no chaos, only a steady unfolding of effort. And through this process, Egypt revealed something remarkable. It could think long. It could plan beyond the present. It could create not just for today, but for a future far beyond the reach of those living now. This was a different kind of awareness, a different kind of strength. Along the river, daily life remained calm. Farmers continued their work, guided by the same patterns they had always known. Children grew, watching the world around them, absorbing its quiet lessons. In the villages, the sounds of daily life remained soft. Grinding grain, weaving cloth, water being poured, all blending into a gentle, continuous rhythm. And above it all, the new structures stood, silent, unmoving, a presence that slowly became part of the landscape, as natural in its own way as the river or the sky. Beyond Egypt, these changes did not go unnoticed. Travelers who passed near the land carried quiet stories of a place where the river gave life in steady cycles, where people lived in calm order, where structures rose from the earth in shapes that seemed both simple and profound. These stories moved slowly across distant lands. They were not exaggerated. They did not need to be. The quiet truth of Egypt was enough. A land of balance, a land of continuity, a land where human effort and natural rhythm existed together without conflict. And as these stories spread, Egypt's presence grew, not through force, not through sudden expansion, but through recognition, a steady awareness that this land, shaped by patience and guided by order, had become something enduring, something stable, something quietly powerful. And still, Egypt remained itself. It did not change its pace. It did not abandon its calm. It continued to move forward as it always had, slowly, gently, in harmony with the river that sustained it. The new structures rose higher, their forms more refined, their presence more defined. They became symbols, not of dominance, but of permanence, of a world that had found its balance and chosen to preserve it. And as they stood beneath the endless sky, as the Nile flowed beside them without interruption, as the people continued their steady lives, Egypt moved closer still to becoming what it would one day be known as, not through sudden power, but through something quieter, something deeper, a strength that did not fade, a presence that did not waver, a superpower, not of noise or conquest, but of enduring balance.
The land of Egypt continued its quiet journey through time. There was no sense of urgency in the air, no sharp break from one moment to the next, only the steady unfolding of days that felt almost identical, yet always slightly new. The river remained at the center of everything. It rose, it spread, it retreated, and in doing so, it continued to shape not only the land, but the way people thought, planned, and lived. By now, the great stone structures had become more common along certain stretches of the Nile. They were no longer rare sights, they were becoming part of the landscape itself. Still striking, still silent, but no longer surprising. Each one stood as a reminder of the same idea, that human effort, when guided with patience and order, could outlast time. The work of building these structures had grown more refined over generations. Techniques were passed down carefully, not in rushed instruction, but through long observation. A younger worker would stand beside an older one, watching how a stone was tested for strength, watching how it was lifted, balanced, and placed. There was a rhythm to it, a quiet repetition that shaped skill over time. And as these skills deepened, the structures themselves began to reflect greater confidence. Their foundations grew wider, their alignment more precise, their presence more deliberate. They did not rise quickly, they rose with patience, each layer added after careful consideration, each decision made with the understanding that it would remain for a very long time. And around these projects, entire communities formed temporary rhythms of their own. Workers lived near the sites for long periods. They woke with the light, they rested when the sun lowered. Meals were prepared in simple ways: bread, grain, water, shared among many hands. There was a sense of unity in the work, a shared purpose that quieted differences between people. In this environment, time felt different. Days did not feel like separate units, they blended together. Work, rest, and silence flowing into one another like soft currents. Meanwhile, in the villages along the Nile, life continued in its familiar pattern. Farmers still relied on the river's flood. They watched the horizon for signs of change in the water. They prepared their fields with practiced ease. Their movements were simple, but deeply understood. There was no confusion in their work, only familiarity, only trust in the rhythm that had guided their ancestors. In these villages, life was not divided into many parts. It was whole. Morning, afternoon, evening, each flowed naturally into the next. Families gathered in the shade when the sun grew strong. They spoke softly, or not at all, resting in the calmness of the day. Children learned by being present. They watched how grain was ground between stones, how cloth was woven thread by thread, how boats were guided gently along the river. Everything was learned through observation, through repetition, through time. And as these generations grew, they carried forward not only skills, but understanding,
a deeper sense that life was not meant to be rushed, that everything important required patience. As the kingdom matured, its organization became more layered. There were now clear ways of managing resources across regions. Food collected from fertile lands was carefully stored, then distributed when needed. This system did not feel like a system to those who lived within it. It felt natural, like the river itself, always moving, always supporting, always returning. The king remained the center of this order, but his presence was now felt through structure rather than direct action. He represented continuity, a steady point around which everything else moved. Those who served close to him carried responsibilities that required great care. They ensured that communication between distant parts of the land remained clear. They recorded harvests, labor, and offerings. They made decisions that helped maintain balance. Their work was quiet, often unseen, but essential. And through this layered organization, Egypt developed something rare for its time, a sense of scale. It could now coordinate efforts across large distances. It could manage resources across many communities. It could plan for the future while still supporting the present. This ability did not emerge quickly. It was the result of many generations of gradual refinement, of small improvements added one after another, like stones placed carefully into a growing structure. Beyond the Nile's fertile banks, the desert remained unchanged. Its silence was deep and constant. It did not resist the growth of Egypt. It simply remained apart from it. A boundary that defined the land's limits, and in doing so, also defined its strength. Because within those limits, something remarkable was taking shape. A civilization that understood itself deeply, that understood its environment, and that had learned how to turn stability into power. Not through expansion, not through sudden conquest, but through endurance, through organization, through the patient alignment of people, resources, and belief. As the great stone structures continued to rise, their presence became more meaningful with each passing year. They stood not only as physical forms, but as expressions of a world view, that life was connected, that order mattered, that balance between earth, river, and sky was essential, and that human effort, when guided properly, could reflect that balance in lasting form. Travelers passing along the Nile could see them from afar now, not as isolated monuments, but as signs of something larger, a land that had learned how to shape time itself into stone. And as these impressions spread beyond Egypt's borders, the world around it began to recognize its quiet strength. Not in fear, not in resistance, but in awareness. A growing understanding that this land, centered on its river and guided by its steady rhythm, had become something unusual in the ancient world. A place where stability endured, where order expanded naturally, where power was not rushed but cultivated. And Egypt continued forward, unchanged in its essence, steady in its movement, like the Nile itself, flowing through time without breaking its course.
As the years continued to pass, Egypt's world felt more settled than ever before. The river still arrived each season with its familiar patience. The fields still answered it with growth. The people still followed the same gentle rhythm that had guided so many generations before them. But now, there was a deeper sense of structure beneath everything. A feeling that life was not only repeating, but also accumulating, layer by layer, like the slow rise of stone placed upon stone. The great building works along the Nile continued, now with even more care and refinement. What had begun as simple stepped forms had become smoother, more unified shapes. Their edges softened into lines that seemed to rise naturally from the earth. They no longer looked like they were built quickly. They looked as if they had always been there, waiting to be revealed. The workers who shaped these forms moved with quiet discipline. Their days were long but steady. They woke before the heat of the sun became strong. They worked through the soft light of morning. They paused in the stillness of midday, then returned again as the air cooled. There was no urgency in their movement, only repetition, only rhythm. Stone was measured carefully, lifted slowly, placed with shared effort. Each action depended on many others. A single block of stone required coordination, timing, and trust. And so, without needing to speak it aloud, the workers became connected through their tasks. A quiet unity formed among them, not unlike the unity that now existed across the entire kingdom. In the villages, this sense of order was felt in a different way. Life remained simple, but it was no longer uncertain. The systems that had developed over time supported even the smallest communities. Grain was stored in organized places. Water channels were maintained with care. Tools were shared and repaired rather than replaced. Nothing was wasted. Everything had a use. There was a calm confidence in this way of living, a belief that the land would provide as long as it was respected. Children grew up within this understanding. They learned early that the Nile was not just a river of water. It was a cycle, a promise that returned each year. They learned to read the signs of the seasons, to recognize when the land was ready, to understand when to wait. And so, patience became part of their nature, not something taught through instruction, but something absorbed through life itself. Far beyond the fields and villages, the larger structures continued to evolve. They were no longer just symbols of permanence. They had become expressions of identity. Each carefully built form reflected the same underlying belief, that order could be made visible, that balance could take shape, that what was eternal in thought could also be made eternal in stone. The king's role remained deeply tied to this idea. His presence was no longer just political or administrative. It was symbolic in a far deeper sense. He represented continuity across generations, a living connection between the present moment and everything that came before it. Because of this, the care given to preserving his legacy increased with time. Structures dedicated to this continuity grew more refined, their proportions more precise, their construction more carefully managed. Nothing was rushed, nothing was left unfinished. Every stage of building was treated as part of something larger, something that extended far beyond the lives of those who worked on it. And so, these structures became more than monuments. They became anchors of memory, places where the idea of permanence could be felt. Meanwhile, Egypt's organization continued to deepen. More regions were brought into coordinated systems. More communities contributed to shared efforts. The flow of goods along the Nile became even more steady. Grain moved from fertile lands to places that needed it. Stone moved to construction sites. Crafted goods moved between villages and centers of work. Everything flowed in balance. Nothing stood alone. The river remained the quiet path that made all of this possible. Its movement connected distant places into a single living system, not through force, but through continuity. Outside the river valley, the desert still waited in silence. Its vast emptiness did not change. It remained a reminder of contrast, a reminder that life along the Nile was precious precisely because it was supported by such a delicate balance. And within that balance, Egypt continued to grow, not outward in sudden expansion,
but inward in strength. Its power was not measured in speed, it was measured in stability, in how long it could maintain order without breaking, in how many generations could live within its rhythm without disruption. And as travelers passed along its waters, they began to speak of this land in quieter tones, a place where life was organized with unusual care, where buildings rose that seemed to belong to time itself, where the river shaped not only the land, but the way people understood existence. These impressions traveled slowly, carried by word and memory, and with them, Egypt's presence in the wider world grew, not as an empire of sudden reach, but as a civilization of enduring balance, a place that did not rush to become great, but became great through not rushing at all. And as the great stone forms stood quietly against the sky, as the river continued its endless gentle flow, Egypt moved forward once again, not with noise, not with disruption, but with the same steady, unbroken rhythm that had always defined it, a rhythm that would carry it further still into ages where its quiet strength would shape the ancient world in ways far beyond its own borders.
By now, Egypt had become something more settled in its identity. Not new, not uncertain, but established in a way that felt almost natural, as if it had always been this way. The river still moved with the same gentle certainty. The land still responded to its rhythm. The people still lived within its cycle, as they always had. And yet the scale of everything had quietly expanded. What once felt small now felt connected. What once felt distant now felt part of a single system. The great stoneworks along the Nile had grown in presence. They were no longer only construction sites. They had become long-term centers of effort, places where time itself seemed to slow. Work continued across many seasons, sometimes in intense periods of activity when conditions allowed, sometimes in quieter times when a land required attention elsewhere. But always the work returned. Always it continued. This long continuity gave the structures a feeling of permanence that went beyond their physical form. They felt like they belonged not to a single moment, but to the entire flow of generations. The people who worked on them understood, even if only quietly, that they might never see the finished result, and still they worked, not because they were rushed, but because they were part of something larger than a single lifetime. In this way, the idea of continuity became deeply rooted in the culture itself. Life was not seen as isolated moments, it was seen as a chain, each generation holding part of the work for the next. This understanding shaped everything: how food was stored, how land was used, how knowledge was passed on. Nothing was meant to end with one person. Everything was meant to continue. Along the Nile, this sense of continuity was visible everywhere, in the carefully maintained fields, in the measured flow of water through irrigation channels, in the steady movement of boats carrying goods from place to place. Even the smallest actions felt connected to a larger whole. A single repaired tool meant another season could continue. A well-maintained canal meant another harvest could be successful. A carefully stored supply of grain meant another family would be safe through uncertain times. Each act mattered, not in isolation, but as part of a living system. And so daily life remained calm but meaningful. In the villages, people continued their routines with quiet confidence. They woke with the light, they worked with steady hands, they rested when the heat grew strong. They gathered in the evening as the air softened. There was little sense of interruption in their days, only flow, only rhythm. Even conversation tended to be gentle, words spoken without urgency, stories shared in soft voices, memories passed along without pressure. In this environment, time felt less like something that moved forward quickly and more like something that expanded slowly around every moment. Meanwhile, the organization of the kingdom continued to refine itself. It was no longer just about coordinating resources. It had become about maintaining balance across an entire land. This required care, attention, and a deep understanding of how each part of the system affected the others. The river's behavior influenced farming. Farming influenced storage. Storage influenced distribution. Distribution influenced stability across regions. Everything was connected. And so those who managed these systems worked with quiet precision. They observed patterns. They recorded changes. They adjusted slowly when needed. There was no rush to correct anything immediately because everything in Egypt followed a slower rhythm, a rhythm that rewarded patience and punished haste. The king remained central to this structure, but his role was now deeply woven into the system itself. He was not separate from it, he was part of it, a point of unity that helped ensure everything remained aligned. His authority was not expressed through constant action, but through the stability that surrounded his presence. And because of this, the kingdom maintained a rare kind of consistency, one that allowed it to grow without losing its structure, to expand without becoming unstable, to become more complex while still feeling unified. As the great stone forms continued to rise along the river, their presence became more deeply symbolic. They were no longer just markers of human effort, they were markers of time itself, each one reflecting countless hours of labor spread across many seasons, each one holding within it the quiet persistence of many lives working together. They did not speak, but they communicated something clear to anyone who saw them, that this land understood how to endure. And as word of Egypt continued to spread along distant trade routes, this understanding reached farther places, not as a sudden announcement, but as a slow realization, a recognition that there existed along a single river valley a civilization that had learned how to stabilize itself in a way few others had. It did not depend on rapid expansion. It did not depend on constant conflict. It depended on balance, on rhythm, on continuity. And this made it strong in a way that was difficult to match. Not loud strength, but lasting strength, the kind that grows quietly and remains. And so, as the Nile continued its endless cycle of rise and fall, as the stone structures continued their slow ascent, as the people continued their calm and steady lives, Egypt moved deeper into its identity as a civilization that did not merely exist in time, but moved with it, in harmony, in balance, and in quiet, enduring strength.
As Egypt continued forward through time, something subtle but important began to appear. It was not a change that disrupted daily life. It was not something that arrived suddenly. It was more like a deepening, a thickening of structure beneath what was already there. The river still followed its ancient path. The fields still depended on its flood. The people still lived in rhythm with its cycle. But the systems that supported this life had become more layered, more carefully arranged, more interwoven. The movement of grain, for example, was no longer simply local. It now followed wider routes, from one region to another, from storage to distribution, from abundance to need. Everything was measured with increasing care, not with urgency, but with awareness. A quiet understanding that balance across a large land required constant attention. And so those who managed these flows became more important. They did not rule in a visible way. They guided. They observed patterns across seasons. They ensured that no single region held too much or too little. Their work was steady, almost invisible, but essential. Without it, the rhythm of the kingdom would slowly lose its harmony. Along the Nile, this growing complexity was supported by something simple yet powerful: trust. People trusted the system because it had always worked.
They trusted that when the river rose, the fields would be prepared. They trusted that when harvest came, storage would be ready. They trusted that when need appeared, support would follow. This trust was not spoken often, it was lived, day after day, season after season. And because of this trust, large efforts could continue without resistance. People contributed their labor not out of fear, but out of understanding. They saw themselves as part of a continuous flow of effort, a shared movement that extended beyond individual lives. In the regions where the great stone structures stood, this sense of continuity was especially strong. Work sites had become long-lasting environments, not temporary gatherings, but semi-permanent centers of activity. People came and stayed for long periods. Some returned year after year. Others passed their skills down to younger hands. Stone continued to be shaped with care, but now the process had become more refined than ever. Measurements were more precise, alignments more carefully planned, tools more specialized. Every block placed was part of a larger design that had been thought through in advance. And yet, despite this increasing complexity, the atmosphere remained calm. There was no sense of chaos, only order, only repetition, only patience. At times, when the light of the sun fell across the surfaces of the stone, the structures seemed almost quiet in their presence, not imposing, not loud, just steady, as if they had always been there and always would be. In the villages, life continued in its familiar softness. The sound of grinding grain in the early morning, the scent of bread baking slowly over small fires, the sight of boats moving gently along the river. These simple details formed the texture of daily existence. Nothing rushed, nothing forced. Even when challenges appeared, when the flood was slightly lower, or when certain fields required more care, the response was measured. People adjusted. They shared resources. They relied on the systems that had been built over generations. And because of this adaptability, the kingdom remained stable. It did not break under pressure. It absorbed change slowly, like the river absorbing rainfall. Far beyond Egypt's borders, the growing presence of this land began to be noticed more clearly, not through sudden encounters, but through steady awareness. Traders returned with stories of organized fields, of carefully managed grain stores, of structures built with astonishing patience and precision. These stories traveled along routes that stretched across distant regions, and with each telling, Egypt's image became clearer. A land that was not only fertile, but structured, not only wealthy in resources, but stable in how those resources were managed. This stability became its defining characteristic, more than its monuments, more than its land, more than its river. It was the way everything worked together, in balance. And over time, this balance created influence. Other places began to observe Egypt not just with curiosity, but with respect, because it represented something rare in the ancient world, a system that did not collapse under its own growth, a civilization that did not lose its rhythm as it expanded. Instead, it strengthened as it remained consistent. The king, still central to this order, became associated not only with authority, but with continuity itself. His presence symbolized the uninterrupted flow of structure across time, not as an individual alone, but as part of a lineage that carried the same principle forward. And so, Egypt's identity as a unified and enduring civilization became more deeply defined. It was not expanding in dramatic waves, it was solidifying, layer upon layer, year after year, until its presence felt less like something newly formed and more like something ancient even in its own time. something that belonged to the rhythm of the world itself. And as the Nile continued its endless, gentle movement, as the stone structures stood in silent alignment with the sun, as the people lived within their calm and ordered days, Egypt continued to grow in a way that was almost imperceptible in the moment, but undeniable across time. A civilization not built in haste, but in patience, and in that patience it found its strength.
As Egypt moved further into its long unfolding story, its strength became less about what it built in any single moment, and more about what it could sustain across many moments. The river still returned each season with the same quiet certainty. The fields still responded in the same patient way, and the people still lived within the same gentle rhythm that had guided their lives for generations. But now, that rhythm had become more than a way of life. It had become a system, a structure that reached across the entire land. In every region along the Nile, life followed a similar pattern: planting, waiting, flood, harvest, storage, distribution. These cycles repeated, not as isolated events, but as part of a continuous flow. And because of this continuity, Egypt developed something rare: predictability. Not in a rigid sense, but in a living sense. A sense that, despite small changes from year to year, the larger pattern would hold. This predictability gave the kingdom stability, and stability allowed it to grow, not quickly, but steadily. In the places where stone structures continued to rise, the sense of time became even more expanded. Projects could last for years, sometimes longer, and those involved in the work learned to think differently about time itself. They no longer measured progress in days alone. They measured it in stages, in seasons, in cycles of effort and rest. A foundation might be laid in one period of life, a structure might rise in another, and completion might belong to a future they would never personally see. Yet they continued, because the work was not only for themselves, it was for the land, for the people who would come after. This quiet awareness gave the labor a different kind of meaning. It was not just construction, it was continuation. In the villages, this same sense of continuity shaped everyday behavior. People stored food carefully, thinking ahead to seasons when the river might be less generous. They maintained tools rather than discarding them. They shared resources in times of imbalance, knowing that the cycle would eventually shift again. Life was not lived only in the present, it was lived across time. And this way of thinking strengthened the entire kingdom. It reduced uncertainty. It softened hardship. It allowed even distant communities to remain connected through shared understanding. Meanwhile, the administrative systems of Egypt became more refined. Records grew more detailed. Movements of goods were tracked with increasing care. Not in a rushed or overwhelming way, but in a steady expansion of awareness. Those responsible for this work became deeply familiar with the flow of the kingdom. They understood which regions produced more grain in certain seasons, which areas required support during others, how long it took for goods to travel along the river. This knowledge was not static, it evolved with experience. And so, the system became more responsive over time, not through sudden change, but through gradual improvement. Elsewhere, beyond the river valley, Egypt's reputation continued to spread, not as a distant legend, but as a consistent reality. A land where order endured, where large projects could be sustained, where resources were managed with care across wide distances, and where life remained stable despite the passing of generations. To those observing from afar, this stability was remarkable,
because in many other places, life was less predictable. Harvests could fail without warning. Communities could shift or disperse. Systems could form and dissolve within short spans of time. But Egypt remained consistent, centered, connected, and this consistency gave it a form of influence that did not depend on expansion. It was influence through reliability, through example, through presence. The river, always flowing, became a symbol of this, not just for the people who lived along it, but for those who heard of it from far away. A river that did not stop, a land that did not break, a civilization that moved forward without losing its structure. And within Egypt itself, this awareness created confidence, not loud confidence, but quiet assurance, the sense that their way of life worked, that their systems held, that their balance was real. The king, still the central figure in this structure, represented this continuity in human form. But even he was part of a larger rhythm, a rhythm that extended beyond any single life, beyond any single generation, a rhythm carried by the river, by the land, and by the people together. And so, as the great stone structures stood in silence against the sky, as the fields continued their seasonal cycle, as the river moved endlessly through the heart of the land, Egypt's identity as a stable and enduring civilization became clearer with each passing year. It was not only growing, it was settling into permanence, a rare kind of permanence in the ancient world, one that did not depend on constant expansion, but on the ability to remain unchanged in its core, even as everything around it shifted. And in that quiet strength, Egypt moved ever closer to what later generations would recognize as its true nature, a civilization built not on speed, but on time itself.
Time in Egypt did not feel like something that rushed forward. It felt more like something that spread outward, like water soaking slowly into soil, like light gradually filling a room at dawn. The days still followed the same familiar pattern, morning arriving softly, work beginning without urgency, evening settling gently over the fields. And yet, within this familiar cycle, the kingdom had grown more intricate than ever before, not in a loud or sudden way, but in a deep, layered way, like sediment slowly forming beneath the river over countless seasons. The systems that held Egypt together had become more refined, more patient, more deeply connected. The movement of grain, for example, was now part of a wider understanding of the land. It was not simply stored after harvest, it was anticipated, planned in advance. Those who managed storage began to think far ahead, not just to the next season, but to the seasons beyond it. They observed patterns in the river's behavior. They noted subtle changes in flood levels. They remembered years of abundance and years of scarcity. And from this long memory, they guided the flow of resources with care. Nothing was rushed. Nothing was forced. Everything moved with attention. This kind of thinking spread quietly through the kingdom, across villages, across regions, across generations. In the fields, farmers also developed a deeper sense of awareness. They no longer simply reacted to the river. They learned to prepare for it, to adjust their planting, not only based on immediate conditions, but on long familiarity with its rhythm. A kind of instinct formed, not taught directly, but absorbed through years of living close to the land. This instinct became one of Egypt's quiet strengths, the ability to anticipate rather than react, to prepare rather than repair. And because of this, stability grew even stronger. Along the Nile, the great stone works continued their slow and careful evolution. They were no longer just impressive structures. They were long-term expressions of coordination across the entire kingdom. Each one required planning that extended far beyond a single location. Materials had to be gathered from distant places. Workers had to be organized across seasons. Food and water had to be supplied consistently over long periods. This required a level of coordination that few societies could maintain. But Egypt did. Not through pressure, but through structure, through repetition, through an understanding that large efforts were built from many small, steady actions. Each block of stone carried by many hands, each journey along the river carefully planned, each stage of construction patiently completed before the next began. There was no sense of chaos in this process, only rhythm, only flow. And as these structures rose higher and became more defined, they began to transform the way people thought about time itself. They were no longer just buildings, they were timelines made visible, a record of effort stretched across years, sometimes decades. And in that long duration, people began to see something important, that greatness was not created in moments of intensity, but in long consistency. This understanding slowly shaped the culture, in small but meaningful ways. People became more patient with their work, more careful with their decisions, more aware that what they did today might affect someone far in the future. In the villages, this showed itself in subtle habits. Tools were repaired instead of replaced unnecessarily. Homes were maintained instead of rebuilt unnecessarily. Knowledge was passed down with care, not urgency. Everything leaned toward preservation, toward continuity, toward balance across time. The Nile remained the silent center of all this. Its flow did not change in speed, but it changed everything around it. It created fertile land in a world that was otherwise dry. It set the rhythm for agriculture. It determined the movement of people, goods, and life itself. And because of this, it became more than a river. It became the structure of civilization, a moving foundation. Even the desert, vast and still, played its role in this balance. It defined the boundaries of life. It reminded the people of the importance of the Nile. Without the Nile, the land would return to silence. And this awareness gave the river a kind of reverence in daily life, not expressed loudly, but understood deeply. As Egypt's systems grew more stable, the ability to coordinate across long distances became even more important. Messages traveled farther, goods moved more regularly. Information about the river, the fields, and the needs of different regions flowed through the kingdom in a steady stream. Those who managed this flow became essential to the functioning of the land. They did not command armies, they did not build monuments, but they ensured that everything remained connected, that no region became isolated, that no imbalance went unnoticed. Their work was quiet, but it held the kingdom together. Meanwhile, the idea of Egypt as a unified civilization became more deeply ingrained in its people. It was no longer something that had to be explained. It was something that was lived. Every shared harvest, every coordinated effort, every journey along the river reinforced this sense of unity. And over time, this unity became identity. People did not only belong to their village, they belonged to Egypt, a land defined not just by geography, but by rhythm, by order, by continuity. Even the king's role, while still central, became part of this larger structure rather than separate from it. He was seen as the stabilizing point within a vast, carefully balanced system, a symbol of unity across generations, not acting alone, but holding together the idea that everything in the land should remain in harmony. And so, as the great stone structures stood quietly against the endless sky, as the Nile continued its slow and faithful movement, as generations passed and new hands took up the same work as the old, Egypt continued to deepen its presence in the ancient world, not by changing its nature,
but by refining it. Not by moving faster, but by remaining steady, until its stability itself became its greatest form of power. A power that did not shout, a power that did not fade, a power that simply endured.
As Egypt continued to settle more deeply into its long rhythm, something quiet but powerful began to emerge in the way everything connected together. It was not a new invention. It was not a sudden change. It was the full expression of what had been forming all along. A complete system of life shaped by the river. The Nile still rose and fell with patient certainty, but now its movement was understood with greater clarity than ever before, not as something unpredictable, but as something deeply familiar. People did not simply wait for the flood anymore. They anticipated it with calm awareness. They prepared fields in advance. They cleared channels before the water arrived. They organized labor before it was needed. Life moved ahead of the river in quiet coordination. And when the flood came, it felt less like an event and more like a confirmation, a return to something already understood. This growing sense of predictability strengthened everything around it. Agriculture became more reliable. Storage systems became more important. Communication between regions became more structured. And slowly, without any abrupt shift, Egypt's internal unity became stronger than ever before. The land was no longer a collection of separate regions loosely connected by water. It had become a single, coordinated system, every part influencing another, every action connected to a wider balance. The great stone structures along the Nile reflected this same principle. They were not isolated achievements. They were the result of the entire kingdom working in harmony. From the smallest village to the largest center of activity, contributions flowed together. Stone from distant regions, food from fertile fields, labor from many communities, all of it gathered and directed with steady organization. There was no sense of confusion in this process, only flow, only structure, only long patience. Those who oversaw these efforts developed a deep understanding of coordination. They did not rely on urgency. They relied on timing. They understood when to gather resources, when to pause, when to continue. Their decisions were shaped not by pressure, but by observation, by long familiarity with the rhythms of the land. And because of this, even large-scale projects unfolded smoothly, not quickly, but reliably. In the villages, life continued with the same quiet steadiness that had always defined it. But there was now a subtle difference in awareness. People understood more clearly that they were part of a larger system. Their work contributed to something beyond their immediate surroundings. The grain they harvested might feed workers far away. The tools they crafted might be used in distant construction. The effort they made in one season might support life in another region entirely. This awareness did not create burden, it created meaning, a gentle sense of connection across distance. And so even ordinary tasks carried quiet importance. Along the Nile, boats moved steadily in both directions. They carried supplies, they carried materials, they carried people who moved between regions with purpose. The river served as the silent road of the kingdom, always open, always flowing. It required no maintenance in the way roads elsewhere might. It simply existed, guiding movement naturally. And because of this, Egypt's internal communication remained strong. Even distant regions were not truly separate. They were linked by water, linked by rhythm, linked by shared understanding. As generations passed,
This system became so deeply ingrained that it no longer felt like a structure imposed from above. It felt like nature itself, as if the kingdom and the river were part of the same living process. Even the idea of leadership reflected this balance. The king was not viewed as separate from the land. He was seen as part of its continuity, a stabilizing presence within a much larger flow. His role was not to constantly intervene, but to ensure that balance remained intact, that systems continued without disruption, that harmony between people, land, and river was preserved. This understanding gave the kingdom a rare kind of stability, one that did not depend on constant change or correction, but on maintenance, on care, on long-term consistency. Meanwhile, the stone structures that rose across the land became even more significant in their presence. They were no longer just architectural forms. They had become markers of time, each one representing years of coordinated effort, each one standing as a visible record of what the kingdom could achieve when it remained united and patient. They did not speak, but they communicated endurance. They told anyone who saw them that this civilization understood how to persist, how to organize across generations, how to turn collective effort into lasting form. And as travelers and traders passed along the Nile, these impressions continued to spread outward, slowly, quietly, naturally. Egypt was becoming known not through sudden expansion, but through steady recognition, a land where systems worked, where balance was maintained, where life followed a rhythm that supported long-term stability. This was not power expressed through conquest. It was power expressed through continuity, through reliability, through the ability to remain steady across time. And as the Nile continued its endless, gentle movement, as stone structures stood unchanged against shifting light, as generations lived and passed within the same calm rhythm, Egypt moved further into its identity as a civilization shaped not by momentary strength, but by enduring structure. A civilization whose greatest achievement was not how quickly it rose, but how completely it learned to remain.
As Egypt moved deeper into its long and steady unfolding, the sense of unity across the land became even more complete. It was no longer something that needed attention. It was simply how life existed. The river still carried water from the southern highlands to the wide northern delta. The fields still responded to its rise and fall. The people still shaped their days around its quiet rhythm. But now everything felt more integrated, more connected, more naturally aligned. The systems that supported this world had become so refined through generations of repetition that they almost disappeared into the background of daily life. They were no longer seen as separate structures of organization. They were simply part of existence. When grain was collected after the harvest, it moved through familiar paths without confusion. When it was stored, it was placed in locations already understood by all who worked there. When it was needed elsewhere, it flowed outward again in an orderly way. There was no urgency in this movement, only consistency, only trust in the system that had been shaped over so long a time. And this trust was one of Egypt's deepest strengths, because it allowed large actions to occur without hesitation. It allowed people in distant regions to rely on one another without direct contact. It allowed the entire land to function as a single, coordinated body, even across great distances. In the regions where stone construction continued, this coordination reached its most visible expression. Massive efforts required careful alignment of many smaller parts. Quarries far from the river supplied material. Workers transported stone across long, planned routes.
Communities supported the flow of food and resources needed to sustain long-term labor. Nothing existed in isolation. Everything depended on everything else. And yet, despite this complexity, the process remained calm. There was no visible disorder, only repetition, only structure, only the quiet understanding that each part of the system had its role. Those who oversaw these efforts developed an awareness that extended beyond immediate tasks. They began to think in long arcs of time, not days or weeks, but seasons, years, even decades. They understood that the work they managed might continue long after their own lives had ended, and this awareness shaped their decisions. They planned with patience, they adjusted slowly when necessary, they avoided disruption whenever possible, because stability was more valuable than speed. In the villages, this same long perspective shaped everyday behavior in simpler ways. People maintained their homes carefully. They repaired rather than replaced. They prepared for seasonal changes well in advance. They shared knowledge that had been passed down through generations. A sense of continuity flowed through even the smallest actions. Nothing was done only for the present moment. Everything carried forward. Children growing up in this world absorbed these ideas naturally. They learned by watching, by listening, by participating in daily life. They saw how the river governed all things, how the land responded in predictable cycles, how cooperation ensured stability. And so, without needing formal instruction, they inherited a way of thinking shaped by patience and balance. Meanwhile, beyond Egypt's borders, the awareness of this civilization continued to grow, not quickly, but steadily, like a slow-moving current reaching distant shores. Traders spoke of a land where agriculture followed predictable cycles, where large-scale organization allowed consistent production of food and materials, where structures rose from the earth with careful intention and remarkable durability. These accounts did not always travel as formal reports. They moved through conversation, through memory, through repeated retelling. And in that repetition, Egypt became something more than a place. It became an example, a reference point for stability in a world where many regions experienced greater uncertainty. But Egypt itself did not change in response to this recognition. It continued as it always had, not seeking attention, not adjusting its rhythm for outside perception. It remained focused on its internal balance. The Nile remained its center, its guide, its constant presence. The river's movement shaped everything from the largest construction projects to the smallest daily routines. And because this rhythm remained unchanged, the civilization built upon it also remained steady. Even as complexity increased, the underlying structure held firm. That was the quiet achievement of Egypt in this period. Not expansion through force, but expansion through stability. Not rapid transformation, but deep consolidation. A system that became stronger the longer it existed. And as stone structures continued to rise across the land, each one shaped by countless hands working in harmony, their presence became more than physical. They became symbols of time itself, markers of endurance, proof that human coordination, when aligned with natural rhythm, could create something that outlasted generations. They stood in silence, but their silence carried meaning. And as the sun moved across them each day, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow, they seemed to reflect the very idea that defined Egypt itself, that true strength is not loud, it is steady, it is patient, it is continuous. And in that continuity, Egypt continued its quiet transformation into something the ancient world would come to recognize, not through sudden conquest, but through enduring presence. A civilization shaped by time. and sustained by it.
As Egypt continued to settle into its long, unbroken rhythm, the feeling of permanence grew stronger across the land, not as something spoken, but as something lived. Each day felt like a soft continuation of the one before it. Each season followed the last with familiar patience. Each generation stepped gently into the same patterns their ancestors had known. The river remained unchanged in its essence. It rose, it spread, it receded. And in doing so, it quietly guided everything else into alignment. By now, the systems that had developed around the Nile had reached a level of refinement that allowed the entire land to function with remarkable stability, not through forceful control, but through shared understanding. The movement of food, materials, and labor followed well-established paths. There was little need for adjustment because most situations had already been experienced before. The memory of the land stretched far. It remembered past floods. It remembered past shortages. It remembered how to respond. And this collective memory lived within the people as well, not in written form alone, but in habit, in practice, in instinct shaped by generations of repetition. In the regions where large stone structures stood, this long memory became especially visible. Each new phase of construction did not begin from uncertainty. It began from accumulated knowledge, from everything that had been learned before. Techniques were no longer experimental. They were refined, carefully preserved, passed down through steady observation rather than sudden instruction. A younger worker learned by standing beside someone experienced, by watching, by repeating, by slowly becoming part of the rhythm of the work. And so the act of building became something beyond construction. It became continuity in physical form, a conversation between generations carried through stone. In the villages, life remained steady in its familiar pattern, but there was a growing sense of quiet assurance that supported even the simplest routines. People no longer questioned whether the river would return. They knew it would. They no longer wondered whether the land would respond. They had seen it do so for their entire lives. This certainty created a calm foundation for daily existence. And within that calm, people could focus on living more fully within the present moment, even though their actions were part of a much larger system. Work in the fields continued with the same gentle attention it had always required. Seeds were placed carefully into the soil. Water was guided with patient hands. Harvests were gathered without haste. Everything followed timing that felt natural rather than imposed. And in this natural timing, there was little tension, only flow, only repetition, only quiet familiarity. As the kingdom's organization continued to refine itself, the ability to manage large distances became even more seamless. Messages traveled along the river without interruption. Goods moved between regions with consistent reliability. Information about conditions in one area could reach another without delay that felt disruptive. This smooth communication created a sense of unity that extended across the entire land. Even people who never traveled beyond their home regions still felt connected to the wider system because they benefited from it, because they participated in it, because their daily lives depended on it. And so Egypt functioned not as separate parts joined together, but as one continuous whole. This sense of wholeness was not imposed. It developed gradually, through countless small actions repeated across time, through cooperation that became routine, through trust that was never loudly declared, but constantly reinforced. The king's presence within this system remained steady and symbolic. He represented the continuity of order, not as an isolated figure above the land, but as a point of alignment within it,
a reminder that the rhythm of the kingdom should remain consistent. And because the system was already stable, this role functioned more as a maintaining force than a changing one. It helped preserve what already existed. In the broader world beyond Egypt, awareness of this stability continued to spread. The stories carried along trade routes were no longer rare or unusual. They were consistent, reinforcing the same image again and again. A land defined by the river, a land shaped by careful coordination, a land where large works could continue across generations without breaking apart. This repetition of perception strengthened Egypt's reputation naturally, not through proclamation, but through consistency of observation. And so Egypt became known in distant places as something rare, a civilization that did not collapse under its own growth, that did not fragment under distance or time, that remained whole. Meanwhile, within the land itself, there was little awareness of this external recognition. Life continued inwardly focused, not isolated, but centered on the river, centered on the cycles of nature, centered on the slow, steady work of maintaining balance. Even the great stone structures, now more numerous and more refined, were simply part of this internal rhythm. They were not viewed as exceptional events. They were part of what Egypt did, part of how it expressed its understanding of permanence. And as they stood across the landscape, aligned with sun and sky, they became silent witnesses to the civilization's long patience, each one holding within it the memory of thousands of small actions, each one shaped not by urgency, but by endurance. And as time continued its endless, gentle movement, Egypt moved deeper into its identity as a civilization that did not rely on sudden change or external expansion, but on internal strength that accumulated slowly, like layers of earth settling over time. A strength that did not announce itself, but revealed itself only through longevity, through continuity, through the quiet, unbroken flow of life along the Nile.
As Egypt continued forward through its long, patient history, something subtle became more and more apparent in the way the entire land functioned. It was not a sudden transformation. It was not a moment of change that could be clearly marked. It was a deep settling, a quiet alignment of many parts that had been forming for generations. The river still guided everything, but now everything was also guiding itself in harmony with the river. The fields were no longer simply reactive to the flood. They were prepared in advance with careful understanding. The canals were maintained before they were needed. The storage systems were ready before abundance arrived. This created a feeling of smoothness across the entire land, a sense that nothing truly began or ended sharply. Everything flowed into something else, harvest into storage, storage into distribution, distribution into renewal, and then back again. This continuous cycle became the foundation of Egyptian life, not just agriculturally, but socially, organizationally, even emotionally. People lived within this rhythm so deeply that it shaped how they understood time itself. Time was not a straight line, it was a cycle, a return, a repetition that carried meaning through familiarity. And because of this shared understanding, the kingdom developed a remarkable ability to maintain stability over long periods. Even when conditions shifted slightly, when the river rose less than expected, or when certain regions required more support, the system adapted without breaking. Adjustments were made quietly, without disruption, without confusion. Those responsible for managing resources had learned over generations how to respond with patience rather than urgency. They did not react sharply to change. They absorbed it. They adjusted slowly, like water finding a new path without losing its direction.
In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this long-developed patience was especially visible. Construction was no longer seen as a temporary effort. It was a permanent process, one that stretched across years and sometimes beyond the lives of those who began it. And because of this, planning became even more careful. Every stage was considered in relation to the next. Every decision was made with awareness of long-term consequence. Nothing was left to chance, yet nothing felt rushed. The balance between patience and precision defined the work. Workers moved through their tasks with quiet focus. There was no sense of urgency in their expressions, only steady attention, only repetition refined over time. The sound of stone being shaped, placed, and adjusted became part of the background of the land, a rhythm that blended with the wind and the distant movement of water. In the villages, this same sense of rhythm shaped everyday life in more subtle ways. People did not think in terms of sudden change. They thought in terms of cycles, seasons, generations. What they built today would serve tomorrow. What they learned from their elders would guide their children. What they received from the land would be returned through care and maintenance. This continuity created a deep sense of belonging, not only to a place, but to a process, a living system that extended beyond any single life. And so, even simple acts carried meaning. Repairing a tool was not just maintenance, it was preservation. Sharing grain was not just generosity, it was balance. Maintaining canals was not just labor, it was participation in the rhythm of the land. Everything was connected, everything mattered. As the administrative structure of the kingdom continued to mature, it became increasingly capable of managing complexity without losing simplicity. Information flowed along the Nile in organized patterns. Reports from distant regions were gathered and understood. Decisions were made not in isolation, but in awareness of the whole system. This created a sense of cohesion that extended across vast distances. Even regions separated by long stretches of river or desert were still part of the same functioning body, and this body moved with remarkable stability. The king remained at the symbolic center of this structure, representing continuity across time. But the strength of the system no longer depended on any single individual. It depended on the alignment of many roles, many responsibilities, many generations working in quiet coordination. This distributed strength was one of Egypt's most defining qualities. It allowed the civilization to endure without collapse, to adapt without fragmentation, to grow without losing its internal balance. Beyond the river valley, Egypt's presence continued to be recognized with growing consistency, not through expansion into distant lands, but through steady awareness carried by travelers and traders. They spoke of a civilization where large works could be sustained over long periods, where agriculture followed reliable cycles, where organization extended across wide regions without losing coherence. These accounts created a shared image of Egypt as a place of stability, a place where time itself seemed to move differently, more slowly, more predictably, more steadily. And within Egypt itself, there was little need to define this identity. It was simply how life was lived. The river flowed, the fields responded, the people adapted, the structures rose, and everything remained in balance. Not because it was forced, but because it had been refined over generations into something self-sustaining. As the great stone forms stood across the landscape, their presence became more integrated into the natural world. They were no longer seen as separate from the environment. They were part of it, part of the long relationship between human effort and the rhythm of the Nile. And in that relationship, Egypt found its quiet strength, a strength not measured in speed or conquest, but in endurance, in coherence,
in the ability to remain whole across time. And so, as the river continued its endless, gentle movement, as generations lived and passed within the same steady rhythm, Egypt continued to deepen its identity as a civilization shaped not by disruption, but by continuity. A continuity so strong that it became its own form of power, a power that did not need to announce itself because it could be seen in everything that endured.
As Egypt continued its long, quiet unfolding, there came a point where change itself felt less like change and more like refinement. Nothing in the land suddenly shifted. The river still followed its ancient course. The fields still depended on its steady flood. The villages still rested gently along its banks. But everything within this world had become more precise, more settled, more deeply organized than before. It was as if the civilization had spent generations learning how to hold itself in balance, and had finally learned how to maintain that balance without effort. The systems that guided the movement of life across the land had become almost invisible in their smoothness. Water was directed through channels that had been carefully maintained for years. Grain moved through storage systems that no longer required hesitation or uncertainty. Labor was coordinated in ways that felt natural to those involved, even across long distances. There was no sense of confusion in this flow, only clarity, only repetition that had become so familiar it no longer felt like instruction. It felt like nature. In the agricultural heart of Egypt, this stability was most clearly seen in the way people responded to the Nile. They no longer treated the flood as something uncertain. They treated it as something known, expected, a returning rhythm that shaped the entire year. Before the water arrived, fields were already prepared. Before planting began, tools were already repaired. Before harvest season, storage was already made ready. Everything moved ahead of time in quiet coordination. And when the flood finally came, it felt less like a disruption and more like fulfillment, a cycle completing itself once again. This deep familiarity with natural rhythm gave the people a calm confidence that shaped their entire way of life. There was little anxiety about the future, because the future had already been experienced many times before. Not exactly in detail, but in pattern. And this pattern had proven itself again and again. In the regions where large stone structures continued to rise, this long-term understanding reached its most visible form. Construction was no longer an exceptional event. It was part of the permanent rhythm of the land. Projects could span many years without interruption. Sometimes they slowed when resources needed attention elsewhere. Sometimes they accelerated when conditions allowed. But they never truly stopped. They continued in phases, always returning, always resuming. This continuity required an extraordinary level of coordination, not just among workers at a single site, but across entire regions of the kingdom. Materials had to be planned far in advance. Labor had to be distributed across time and space. Food supplies had to be maintained without disruption. Everything depended on everything else. And yet the system held, not through pressure, but through familiarity, through generations of repeated success. In the villages, people lived with a similar sense of steady assurance. Homes were simple but well maintained. Tools were carefully preserved and passed down. Families shared responsibilities in ways that had been shaped by long tradition. There was little separation between individual effort and collective life. What one person did affected many, and what many did supported each one. This interconnection was not something people constantly reflected on. It was simply the way things were.
the natural structure of life along the river. Children grew into this world without needing to be taught its principles in detail. They observed, they participated, they learned through repetition and presence. And so the values of patience, balance, and continuity were not imposed, they were absorbed. As Egypt's internal systems continued to refine themselves, communication across the land became even more seamless. Messages traveled along the Nile with increasing reliability. Information about harvests, resources, and local conditions flowed steadily between regions. Those who managed this flow developed an almost intuitive understanding of the kingdom's overall state. They could sense imbalance before it became visible. They could adjust distribution before shortage became severe. This sensitivity to the system's rhythm was one of Egypt's quiet strengths. It allowed the civilization to remain stable even as it grew more complex. Because complexity did not lead to fragmentation, it led to coordination. At the symbolic center of this structure remained the king, but his role, as it had evolved over time, was no longer about direct intervention. It was about maintaining alignment, ensuring that the many parts of the kingdom remained in harmony with one another. He represented continuity across generations, a steady point within a system that stretched across vast time and space. And because the system itself was strong, this role reinforced stability rather than creating dependence. Meanwhile, beyond Egypt's borders, recognition of this stability continued to spread slowly and steadily, not through dramatic encounters, but through consistent observation. Travelers returned again and again with similar impressions, a land where life followed predictable cycles, where large-scale organization was sustained across generations, where structures stood for long periods, reflecting careful planning and enduring effort. These impressions built upon one another, layer by layer, until Egypt became known in distant places not as a fleeting power, but as a lasting presence, a civilization that seemed to resist instability through its very design. Inside the Nile Valley, however, this external perception remained distant. Life continued inwardly focused, centered on the river, centered on the land, centered on the steady rhythm that had shaped everything since the beginning. The great stone structures, now more numerous and more refined, stood across the landscape as quiet witnesses to this long development. They did not announce power. They reflected it, not through movement, but through stillness, not through expansion, but through endurance. And as the sun moved across them each day, casting shifting patterns of light that changed but never disturbed their form, they seemed to embody the very principle that defined Egypt itself, that true strength does not need to hurry, it only needs to remain.
As Egypt moved further into its long and steady unfolding, the idea of change itself began to feel different within the land. It was no longer something sudden. It was no longer something disruptive. Instead, change became something gentle, something that happened slowly enough that it could almost be felt before it was seen. The river still arrived in its seasonal rhythm. The fields still responded with familiar patience. The villages still carried on their quiet, steady routines. But beneath all of this familiar life, the coordination of the kingdom had become more refined than ever before, more connected, more naturally aligned. The flow of grain from fertile regions to storage centers moved with quiet efficiency. The maintenance of canals and irrigation systems was carried out before problems could appear. The movement of labor across different projects followed patterns that felt almost natural, as if guided by the land itself. There was little need for correction, because most things were already in balance. This balance had not been created in a single moment.
It had been built slowly over many generations through countless small decisions that favored stability over urgency. And now, that long accumulation of patience had become the foundation of the entire civilization. In the agricultural regions along the Nile, this stability shaped every part of daily life. Farmers worked with a calm awareness that their efforts were part of a much larger cycle. They did not plant only for themselves. They planted as part of a shared system of nourishment that extended across the land. They understood through lived experience that what grew in one place would support life in another. This awareness created a quiet sense of responsibility, not imposed from outside, but felt internally. A natural understanding that each action contributed to something larger. The great stone structures that continued to rise across Egypt reflected this same principle in physical form. They were not isolated creations, they were collective expressions, built through the coordination of many regions, many workers, and many seasons. Each block of stone carried with it the effort of distant places. Each structure reflected the cooperation of an entire system working in alignment. And because of this, construction became less about individual effort and more about continuity across time. Work was divided into phases that followed the rhythm of the land. When the river rose, attention shifted to agriculture. When the waters receded, construction and transport became more active. This flexibility allowed multiple systems to coexist without conflict. Nothing was forced to happen all at once. Everything had its season. And within this seasonal structure, Egypt found a kind of efficiency that was deeply natural. In the villages, this same rhythm shaped life in quieter ways. Homes were repaired gradually over time, not all at once. Tools were maintained as part of regular routine, not as separate tasks. Food was stored carefully to match the slow changes of the year. There was no urgency behind these actions, only consistency, only care, only the understanding that small, repeated efforts created long-term stability. Even conversation among people reflected this calm rhythm. Stories were told slowly. Memories were shared without pressure. Knowledge was passed down in ways that allowed time for understanding to settle. Nothing felt rushed, because nothing needed to be. As the administrative structure of the kingdom continued to mature, it became increasingly capable of managing vast distances without losing coherence. Information traveled along the Nile in organized pathways. Communities remained connected through shared systems of exchange. Local conditions were understood within the context of the wider land. This created a sense of unity that did not rely on force. It relied on interdependence. Each region supported another. Each region received support in return. And so the entire civilization functioned as a single living network, balanced, steady, self-reinforcing. At the symbolic center of this system, the king remained a figure of continuity. But by this stage, the stability of Egypt no longer depended on any single presence. It depended on structure, on repetition, on the long-established habits of coordination that had become embedded in the culture itself. Leadership existed within this system, but it did not dominate it. It guided it gently, ensuring that the established balance remained intact. Beyond Egypt's borders, the awareness of this civilization continued to grow in a quiet and steady way, not through sudden expansion or dramatic encounters, but through repetition of observation. Again and again, travelers returned with similar impressions. A land defined by the river, a land sustained by predictable cycles, a land where large-scale organization was not exceptional, but normal. These impressions shaped how Egypt was understood in distant regions, not as a temporary force, but as a consistent presence, a civilization that maintained itself across time with unusual stability. Inside the Nile Valley, however, This external recognition remained distant and secondary. Life continued inwardly focused, rooted in daily rhythm, shaped by the river, guided by memory and repetition. And as the great stone structures stood quietly across the landscape, some newly rising, some long completed, they became part of this same unbroken continuity. They were not isolated achievements, they were part of the land's ongoing expression of balance. Their presence did not interrupt nature, it aligned with it. And as sunlight moved across their surfaces, shifting gently through each hour of the day, they reflected a deeper truth that had slowly defined Egypt across generations. That stability is not something that appears suddenly. It is something that is built, layer by layer, season by season, generation by generation, until it becomes strong enough to feel like it has always existed. And in that quiet strength, Egypt continued its long transformation into a civilization that did not rise and fall quickly, but endured.
As time moved forward in Egypt, it became harder to separate the idea of growth from the idea of continuity. Because growth no longer felt like expansion into something new. It felt like deepening into something already known. The river remained unchanged in its presence, always arriving, always retreating, always returning again. But the civilization built around it had become more fully aware of its own patterns than ever before. People did not simply live within the rhythm of the Nile anymore. They understood it, not in technical terms, but in lived experience, in memory carried through generations, in habits shaped by repetition. And so life became something like breathing, in and out, season after season, year after year, without interruption. The systems that supported this rhythm had become deeply embedded in the land. Storage sites were placed in locations chosen for long-term reliability. Agricultural fields were organized in ways that matched the natural movement of water. Routes of transport followed the river's flow with quiet efficiency. Nothing in this system was random anymore. Everything had been refined through long familiarity. And because of this refinement, the entire kingdom operated with a kind of quiet ease, not because effort was absent, but because effort was aligned. In the agricultural heartlands, farmers no longer viewed their work as isolated tasks. They saw themselves as participants in a wider cycle that included not only their own village, but distant regions connected through the river. What was harvested in one place might sustain life far away. What was stored in one season might support another region in need. What was shared in times of abundance would return in times of scarcity. This awareness created a subtle but powerful sense of unity, a unity that did not require explanation, only participation. And so even the smallest actions carried meaning beyond their immediate purpose. Planting seeds, maintaining irrigation channels, repairing tools, sharing food. Each act was part of a larger continuity that stretched across the land. In the areas where stone structures continued to rise, this sense of continuity became even more tangible. Construction sites had become long-term landscapes, places where work unfolded in stages across many seasons. There was no expectation of quick completion, only steady progress, only patient accumulation. Workers came and went as needed. Some remained for long periods, others returned periodically, contributing to different phases of the same project. This created a rhythm of labor that mirrored the rhythm of the river itself, flowing in cycles, pausing, returning, continuing again. The stone structures that emerged from this process carried within them the memory of time, not just in their physical form,
but in the countless coordinated efforts that made them possible. They were records of patience made visible. In the villages, life remained gently stable. Homes were simple but carefully maintained. Daily routines were familiar and unhurried. Communities relied on shared understanding rather than constant instruction. There was little need for sudden decisions because most situations had already been experienced in some form before. This familiarity with life created a deep sense of calm, not excitement, not tension, but steady reassurance that life would continue as it always had. As Egypt's internal systems matured further, communication across the land became even more seamless. The river served not only as a physical route, but as a conceptual connection between regions. Information about conditions, needs, and resources flowed along it with increasing reliability. Those responsible for managing this flow became attuned to subtle changes in the system. They noticed small shifts before they became larger issues. They adjusted distribution patterns before shortages appeared. They maintained balance across wide regions through careful observation. Their role was not dramatic, but essential, because they preserved the harmony of the entire system. At the symbolic center of this civilization, the king remained a figure of unity, but his presence functioned within a system that no longer depended on constant direction. It depended on structure that had already been established, on habits that had been repeated so often they had become natural, on a culture that understood stability as its foundation. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability continued to spread, not quickly, but steadily. Travelers carried impressions that repeated themselves in different forms: a land shaped by a single river, a civilization organized around predictable cycles, a society capable of sustaining large efforts across long periods of time. These impressions created a growing recognition of Egypt as something distinct, not just another region among many, but a civilization defined by endurance, by coordination, by continuity. Inside the Nile Valley, however, there was no sense of this external recognition shaping daily life. Life continued as it always had, centered on a rhythm, shaped by repetition, rooted in the land and the river that sustained it. And as the great stone structures stood across the landscape, some ancient, some still rising, all part of the same ongoing process, they reflected this long stability in silent form. They did not announce change, they resisted it, not by force, but by persistence. And as the sun moved across them, and the wind passed over them, and generations lived beneath their shadow, they became part of something larger than architecture. They became part of time itself, a reminder that what is built slowly can endure far beyond the moment in which it was made. And so Egypt continued, not as something that rushed forward, but as something that remained, a civilization carried by the river and held together by the quiet strength of continuity.
As Egypt continued to move forward through its long, steady unfolding, there came a point where the idea of newness itself began to fade into the background of daily life. Not because nothing changed, but because change happened so slowly that it blended into continuity. The river still rose and fell each year with the same quiet certainty. The fields still responded in their familiar rhythm. The villages still carried on their gentle, unhurried existence. And yet, beneath this calm surface, the entire civilization had become more deeply unified than ever before. Everything was now part of a single flowing system: agriculture, storage, labor, transport, communication. Each element supported the others like interlocking currents within the same river. Nothing stood alone. everything depended on connection. And because this connection had been refined over countless generations, it no longer required constant adjustment. It simply functioned with quiet stability. In the agricultural heartlands, this long-developed patience was visible in every stage of work. There was no expectation that greatness should appear quickly. Instead, greatness was understood as accumulation, a gradual process of alignment across time. Quarries, transport routes, and construction sites all operated in coordination that stretched across seasons. Stone was not simply moved, it was prepared in advance. It was shaped with intention. It was placed with careful awareness of long-term design. Each stage depended on many others, and because of this dependency, no single moment could be rushed without affecting the whole. This created a natural discipline, not enforced, but understood. And so, work proceeded in a steady rhythm that mirrored the river itself, flowing forward, pausing, returning, continuing again. In the villages, this same rhythm shaped life in quieter, more personal ways. Families organized their days around the movement of light and water. Tasks were distributed across time rather than concentrated in urgency. Rest and labor existed in balance rather than opposition. There was little sense of separation between work and life. Both were part of the same continuous flow. Even relationships between people reflected this stability. Community bonds were maintained not through formal structure alone, but through shared participation in daily cycles, helping during harvest, sharing food in times of need, maintaining irrigation channels together, repairing tools and homes as collective effort. These actions repeated so often that they became part of identity, not extraordinary, but ordinary. And in that ordinariness, they became powerful. As Egypt's internal organization continued to mature, its ability to coordinate across vast distances became even more seamless. The river remained the central pathway that connected all regions. Along its banks, movement was constant but orderly. Goods flowed, messages traveled, people moved between regions with purpose and clarity. This created a sense of cohesion that did not rely on force or urgency. It relied on structure that had been built slowly and carefully over time. Each region understood its role within the larger system. Each region contributed to its maintenance, and each region benefited from its stability. At the symbolic center of this system remained the king, but by now his presence was less about direct action and more about continuity. He represented the idea that the system itself should remain balanced, that the rhythm of the land should not be disturbed, that the flow of life should continue without interruption. But the strength of Egypt no longer depended on any single figure. It depended on the harmony between many parts, a harmony that had been refined across generations. Beyond Egypt's borders, this stability continued to be recognized more widely, not through sudden discovery, but through repeated experience. Travelers returned with similar descriptions, a civilization shaped by a river that never stopped influencing life, a society organized around cycles that never broke, a land where large efforts could continue across long spans of time without collapse. These impressions accumulated slowly, layer upon layer, until Egypt became known not as a temporary power, but as a lasting structure in the ancient world, a civilization defined by endurance rather than expansion. Inside the Nile Valley, however, life remained focused inward, on the river, on the fields, on the quiet repetition of daily existence. The great stone structures, now part of the landscape itself, stood silent expressions of this long continuity. They were not viewed as symbols of sudden achievement. They were seen as natural outcomes of time, of patience, of collective effort sustained across generations. And as sunlight moved across their surfaces, changing but never disturbing their form,
They reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else, that what is built slowly, in balance with its environment and its people, does not simply exist in time, it endures within it. And so Egypt continued forward, not as a civilization driven by urgency, but one carried by rhythm, a rhythm that would carry it far beyond its earliest ages into a position of lasting influence in the ancient world.
As Egypt moved further into its long and steady passage of time, something subtle but important became more visible across the entire land. It was not a change in direction, it was a strengthening of what already existed. The river still shaped everything with its gentle and reliable rhythm. The fields still depended on its seasonal rise. The villages still followed its calm and repeating cycle. But now, the connection between all these parts had become even more seamless, as if the entire civilization had quietly learned how to function as one continuous breath, in and out, season after season, generation after generation. The movement of grain, tools, and resources across the land no longer felt like separate processes. They felt like a single flow. Food gathered in one region did not remain isolated there. It moved when needed. It reached distant communities without delay or confusion. It returned again when balance required it. This circulation created a sense of stability that was felt even in the smallest villages. People no longer thought in terms of scarcity alone. They thought in terms of distribution, of shared continuity. And this understanding shaped behavior in quiet but lasting ways. In the agricultural heartlands, every stage of work had become deeply synchronized with the river's rhythm. Planting was not rushed. Harvesting was not uncertain. Storage was not improvised. Each step followed patterns refined over generations. And because these patterns had proven reliable for so long, they were trusted without hesitation. This trust reduced tension in daily life. It allowed people to focus not on uncertainty, but on participation, on being part of something larger than themselves. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this long-developed coordination reached its most complex expression. Large projects no longer depended on a single group of workers or a single moment of effort. They depended on networks of activity spread across time and space. Quarries provided material in one region. Transport routes carried it along the river. Work sites received it in carefully planned stages. Nothing arrived randomly. Everything followed a sequence, and that sequence was understood across many layers of society. Even those not directly involved in construction knew, in a general way, how their own work supported the larger effort. This created a quiet unity of purpose, not spoken often, but deeply felt. The stone structures themselves, rising slowly across seasons, reflected this unity in physical form. Each one was not just a building, it was a record of cooperation extended across time, a record of patience sustained by many hands, a record of belief in continuity over immediacy. And because of this, they did not feel like isolated achievements. They felt like part of the land's natural development. In the villages, life continued with the same steady calm that had defined it for generations. But there was a growing sense of assurance that supported even the smallest actions. People did not question whether the river would continue to return. They did not wonder whether the systems of distribution would hold. They had seen them hold their entire lives, and their parents before them had seen the same. This continuity created a deep emotional stability, a quiet confidence that life would remain understandable,
Even when challenges appeared, they were met with patience rather than fear. Adjustments were made within the existing rhythm rather than outside it. This approach allowed difficulties to be absorbed rather than amplified, and so the civilization remained steady even in moments of imbalance. As Egypt's administrative structure continued to mature, its ability to manage complexity grew even more refined. Information traveled through established pathways along the river. Conditions in distant regions were understood not as isolated events, but as part of a larger system. Those responsible for maintaining balance across the land developed a sensitivity to subtle changes. They could sense when a region might need additional support before shortages became visible. They could adjust distribution before imbalance spread. They could maintain continuity even when conditions shifted. Their work was not dramatic, but it was essential to the stability of the entire civilization. At the symbolic center of this structure, the king remained a figure of continuity. But by this stage, the system itself carried much of the weight of stability. It did not rely on constant direction. It relied on shared rhythm, on shared understanding, on long-practiced coordination that had become part of cultural identity. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability continued to grow, not through sudden encounters or dramatic expansion, but through consistent observation over time. Travelers and traders spoke of the same qualities again and again. A civilization organized around a single river, a society capable of sustaining large-scale effort across generations, a land where systems remained stable even as they grew in complexity. These repeated impressions created a strong image in distant regions. Egypt was not seen as a temporary rise in power. It was seen as something enduring, something reliable, something that seemed to exist in harmony with time itself. Inside the Nile Valley, however, there was no awareness of this external perception shaping identity. Life remained focused on what was immediate and continuous. The river, the fields, the shared rhythm of daily existence. And the great stone structures, now deeply integrated into the landscape, stood quietly across the land as expressions of this long continuity. They were not separate from the world around them. They were part of it, formed by it, sustained by it. And as sunlight moved across their surfaces, shifting gently with the passing hours, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else. That civilization, when built slowly and held in balance over time, does not simply grow, it endures. And in that endurance, it becomes something greater than a moment. It becomes a presence across time itself.
As Egypt moved deeper into its long history, the feeling of permanence became even more present in everyday life, not as something spoken, but as something quietly understood. The river still flowed with the same patient rhythm. The fields still followed its rising and falling waters. The villages still rested along its banks in familiar patterns. But now everything felt more settled than ever before, as if the civilization had reached a stage where it no longer needed to search for balance, because balance had already been found and carefully maintained for generations. The systems that held Egypt together had become so deeply embedded in daily life that they no longer felt separate from it. They were simply the way things worked. The movement of grain from fertile regions to distant communities was no longer seen as a complex operation. It was seen as natural flow. Food moved when it was needed. Storage released what was required. Communities received what allowed them to continue. There was no sense of interruption in this process,
only continuity, only rhythm, only the quiet assurance that the system would respond as it always had. In the agricultural regions, this sense of continuity shaped every action. Farmers prepared fields with awareness of long-established cycles. They tended the land with care passed down through generations. They understood that their work was part of something much larger than a single season. Each harvest was not an ending, it was a transition, a passing of nourishment into storage and then into future use. And so even labor itself felt less like effort and more like participation. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this long-developed coordination had reached an extraordinary level of refinement. Construction was no longer centered around individual projects. It was part of a continuous, evolving system. One structure might begin while another was still being completed. Materials might travel from one region while labor shifted to another. Planning stretched across long periods, connecting multiple generations of work. This required a level of organization that depended on deep familiarity rather than constant instruction. People understood their roles not through reminders, but through repetition, through lived experience, through being part of the system long enough that it became second nature. And so, large-scale construction unfolded without visible strain, not because it was simple, but because it was understood. Across the villages, daily life continued with the same quiet steadiness that had always defined it. But there was a deeper sense of trust underlying everything. Trust in the river, trust in the land, trust in the systems that had been shaped through long experience. This trust reduced uncertainty in a way that shaped the emotional tone of life itself. There was little fear of sudden collapse, little expectation of disruption. Instead, there was patience, a calm acceptance that life would continue in its familiar rhythm. Even when difficulties appeared, they were handled within the same structure that had always supported them. Adjustments were made gently. Balance was restored gradually. Nothing was forced. Everything was guided back into alignment. As Egypt's administrative and organizational systems continued to mature, their ability to coordinate across distance became even more seamless. The river remained the central path of connection. Along its course, information, resources, and people moved with quiet consistency. Distant regions remained aware of one another, not through direct contact, but through continuous flow. What happened in one part of the land eventually reached another, not immediately, but reliably. This reliability created a sense of unity that extended across the entire civilization. Each region understood that it was part of a larger whole. Each region contributed to maintaining that whole, and each region benefited from it in return. At the symbolic center of this system, the king remained a figure of continuity. But by now, the strength of Egypt no longer depended on the presence of any single role. It depended on the structure itself, on the patterns that had been repeated so many times they had become natural, on the shared understanding that stability was not accidental, but maintained. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability had become more consistent and widespread, not through dramatic expansion or sudden encounters, but through repeated observation over long periods of time. Stories carried along trade routes spoke of the same qualities again and again. A civilization shaped by the Nile, a society organized around predictable cycles, a land where large efforts could continue across generations without breaking apart. These descriptions did not change much over time, and it was this consistency that shaped Egypt's reputation. It was seen not as a fleeting power, but as a lasting presence in the ancient world, a civilization that seemed to move in harmony with time itself. Inside the Nile Valley, however, none of this needed to be stated. It was simply lived, day by day, season by season, generation by generation. And as the great stone structures stood quietly across the landscape, some newly shaped, others weathered by many years, they became part of this continuous rhythm. They were not separate from nature, they were part of it, as natural in their presence as the river or the sky. And as sunlight passed over them, changing with the hours but never disturbing their form, they reflected the quiet truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else, that what is built in patience becomes part of time itself, and what becomes part of time endures.
As Egypt continued its long passage through time, the sense of continuity became so complete that it almost stopped being noticed. Life did not feel structured, it simply felt natural. The river still moved with its familiar patience. The fields still responded in their seasonal rhythm. The villages still remained close to the water, close to the land, close to one another. But now, everything was held together with a quiet completeness that had been built over countless generations, not through sudden design, but through repeated alignment, season after season, year after year, generation after generation. The systems that supported daily life had become so deeply integrated into the land that they no longer felt like separate systems at all. They felt like the behavior of the world itself. Water moved where it was needed, food flowed where it was required, labor gathered where it was useful. And then, in time, all of it returned again to balance. There was no sharp beginning or end to these movements, only continuation, only rhythm, only the slow breathing of a civilization that had learned how to remain steady. In the agricultural heart of Egypt, this rhythm shaped every moment of life. Fields were prepared with quiet awareness of the river's timing. Seeds were planted with understanding of long-established cycles. Harvests were gathered without rush, knowing that storage and distribution would follow naturally. There was no need to question whether the system would hold. It had held for as long as memory itself could reach. And this memory was not only individual, it was collective, passed from parent to child, from worker to apprentice, from one generation to the next, without interruption. In this way, knowledge became something more than instruction. It became inheritance, a shared understanding of how life worked along the Nile. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this long inheritance of knowledge reached its most visible expression. Work on these structures was not treated as isolated projects. They were part of a continuous civilization-wide rhythm. Quarries supplied stone slowly and steadily. Transport followed the river's calm movement. Construction unfolded in carefully timed phases. Each stage depended on the completion of another, and because of this dependency, nothing could be rushed without affecting the whole. This created a natural discipline within the system, not imposed, but understood. And so, even massive efforts unfolded in a way that felt almost gentle, like something growing rather than something being forced. The people involved in this work developed a relationship with time that was different from ordinary experience. They did not measure progress by speed. They measured it by continuity, by whether the work remained steady, by whether the flow of effort remained unbroken. And in that continuity, they found stability. In the villages, this same sense of stability shaped daily life in quieter ways. Homes were maintained with care that stretched across many years. Tools were preserved and repaired repeatedly rather than replaced.
Food was shared according to long-standing patterns of need and support. There was little sense of isolation in daily living. Each household was part of a larger network of mutual reliance. And that reliance was not fragile. It was strong because it had been practiced for generations. As Egypt's administrative systems continued to mature, coordination across the land became even more seamless. The river served as the central thread connecting distant regions. Along its path, movement was constant but orderly. Messages, goods, and people flowed without interruption. And this flow created a sense of unity that extended far beyond geography. Even regions that rarely interacted directly still felt connected through shared systems because they participated in the same cycles, because they depended on the same river, because they lived within the same rhythm. At the symbolic center of this structure, the king remained a steady presence, but his role, as it had evolved over time, was not to direct every action. It was to represent continuity, to embody the idea that the system should remain balanced, that the rhythm of life should not be disturbed. But the strength of Egypt no longer rested in symbolism alone. It rested in the depth of its organization, in the habits that had been repeated so often they had become part of identity itself. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability had grown into something consistent and lasting. Not through conquest, not through sudden encounters, but through repeated observation over long stretches of time. Travelers returned with similar impressions again and again. A land defined by the Nile, a civilization shaped by cycles, a society capable of sustaining large-scale coordination across generations. These impressions formed a quiet but powerful image. Egypt was not seen as temporary, it was seen as enduring, as something that continued even when other things changed. Inside the Nile Valley, however, there was no need for this external recognition to define identity. Life remained centered on the same steady rhythm it had always followed: the river, the land, the cycle of seasons, the shared work of living within balance. And as the great stone structures stood across the landscape, some weathered by time, others still taking shape, they became part of this ongoing continuity. They did not stand apart from the world, they belonged to it. They were part of its long memory. And as light moved across them through the passing hours, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else: that what is built slowly, with care and repetition, does not remain separate from time. It becomes part of it. And what becomes part of time does not fade easily. It endures.
As Egypt continued through its long and steady existence, there came a point where the rhythm of life felt almost unchanging. Not because nothing happened, but because everything happened within a known pattern. The river still rose in its season. It still spread across the land in quiet flood, and it still retreated, leaving behind soil that carried life. This cycle had been known for so long that it no longer felt like an event. It felt like a presence, always returning, always reliable, always shaping the world in the same gentle way. And because of this constant rhythm, the civilization built around it had grown into something deeply stable, not through sudden decisions, but through long repetition, through generations of learning how to live within the same pattern without breaking it. By now, the systems that supported Egypt had become almost invisible in their smooth operation. Water management, food storage, labor organization, and communication all functioned together in quiet coordination, not because they were constantly controlled, but because they had been refined so many times that they no longer needed constant correction. They had become habits of civilization.
In the agricultural regions, this was most clearly felt in the way time itself was experienced. The year was not divided into isolated moments. It was understood as a cycle that repeated endlessly. Planting led to growth. Growth led to harvest. Harvest led to storage. Storage led back to planting. And so life turned like a slow wheel, always returning to the same familiar positions, but never truly the same, because each cycle carried the memory of the one before it. This sense of continuity created a calm foundation for daily life. People did not live in anticipation of sudden change. They lived in preparation for repetition. And this preparation shaped everything they did. Fields were tended with long-term awareness. Tools were maintained with quiet care. Homes were built to last through many cycles of the river. Nothing was designed only for the present moment. Everything carried forward. In the regions where large stone structures continued to be shaped, this long perspective became even more visible. Construction was no longer viewed as a separate activity from daily life. It was part of the same continuous rhythm. Work began when conditions allowed. It slowed when attention was needed elsewhere. It resumed again when balance returned. And through this steady continuation, the structures slowly rose into form, not all at once, but over time, layer by layer, season by season, each stage reflecting the careful coordination of many parts of the kingdom. Stone moved along the river with patience. Workers arrived and contributed in cycles. Resources were gathered and distributed in alignment with natural timing. Nothing in this process was rushed, because rushing would have disrupted the balance, and balance was more important than speed. In the villages, life continued with the same gentle steadiness. People knew their surroundings deeply. They understood the behavior of the land not through analysis, but through experience. They knew how water would move after the flood. They knew how soil would respond over time. They knew how to adjust their work according to small changes in the environment. This knowledge was not written in formal systems. It lived in memory, in practice, in shared understanding passed across generations. And because of this, life required very little explanation. It was simply lived. As Egypt's administrative structure continued to refine itself, coordination across long distances became even more fluid. The river remained the central connection point. Along its course, movement was constant but balanced. Goods traveled from region to region. Messages carried awareness of conditions across the land, and people moved in patterns shaped by need and timing. And all of this created a sense of unity that did not depend on force or urgency. It depended on shared rhythm. Each region understood its place within the larger system. Each region contributed to maintaining it, and each region benefited from its stability. At the symbolic center of this civilization, the king remained a figure of continuity, but his presence was no longer defined by direct control over every part of the system. Instead, it represented the idea that the system itself should remain steady, that balance should be preserved, that the rhythm of the land should not be disrupted. But the real strength of Egypt was no longer centered in symbolism alone. It was embedded in structure, in repetition, in the habits of coordination that had become part of the culture itself. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability continued to spread in a slow and consistent way, not through sudden expansion, but through repeated encounters and observations over long periods of time. Travelers described the same impressions again and again: a civilization shaped by the Nile, a society organized around predictable cycles, a land where large-scale effort could continue across generations without breaking apart. These descriptions remained remarkably consistent, and in that consistency, Egypt's identity became clearer in the wider world. It was not seen as temporary or fragile. It was seen as enduring, as something that remained stable even as other places changed. Inside the Nile Valley, however, none of this needed to be defined. Life continued in the same familiar rhythm. The river, the fields, the cycles of work and rest, the quiet cooperation of communities across the land, and the great stone structures, now fully integrated into the landscape, stood as silent expressions of this long continuity. They were not separate from nature. They were part of it, formed by it, sustained by it. And as light moved across them, changing but never disturbing their form, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else, that a civilization built on patience does not need to move quickly. It only needs to remain aligned with its rhythm, and in that alignment, it becomes something that lasts, something that endures, something that slowly becomes part of time itself.
As Egypt continued forward through its long, steady existence, the sense of time itself began to feel less like movement and more like layering. Each generation did not replace the one before it. It settled gently upon it, like soft sand slowly forming over older ground. The river continued its ancient rhythm without change. The fields continued to respond in familiar cycles. The villages continued to rest along the Nile in their quiet, stable pattern. But beneath this calm surface, something important had fully taken shape. The civilization had become complete in its internal balance, not perfect in the sense of being unchanging, but stable in the sense of being self-correcting, a system that could return to harmony even when slightly disturbed. This stability was not created in a single era. It was the result of long accumulation, of countless small decisions made in favor of continuity over disruption. And because of this, Egypt did not depend on constant adjustment to remain functional. It depended on rhythm, on repetition, on the deep memory of how things had always worked. In the agricultural heartlands, this was felt most clearly in the relationship between people and the land. The soil was not treated as something separate from human life. It was part of it. It was tended with quiet familiarity as something that had always responded in known ways. Planting followed patterns refined over generations. Water was guided through channels shaped by long experience. Harvests were gathered in ways that preserved balance rather than exhausting it. There was little uncertainty in these actions, not because conditions never changed, but because responses to change were already known. They had been learned through repetition across time. And so, even when the river behaved differently in a given season, the system adjusted gently, without collapse, without confusion. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this long-developed stability became even more visible in its complexity. Construction was no longer a singular act. It was a continuous process that stretched across the entire structure of the civilization. Stone was prepared in one place, transported along the river in another, shaped and placed in yet another. Each stage depended on timing that was carefully aligned with natural cycles. The flood determined when transport was easiest. The dry season determined when labor could focus on building. The agricultural cycle determined when communities could support large-scale effort. Everything moved together in alignment, not through strict command alone, but through shared understanding of timing. And because of this alignment, even enormous structures could rise slowly over time without disrupting the balance of daily life. They became part of the same rhythm as farming and river movement. In the villages, life continued with a steady calm that had become deeply familiar. People did not organize their lives around urgency.
They organized them around cycles: the return of water, the planting of seeds, the gathering of harvest, the quiet periods of rest and repair. Each phase had its place, each phase had its purpose, and none of them were rushed. This rhythm created a sense of emotional steadiness that shaped how people understood their world. There was little expectation of sudden disruption. Instead, there was acceptance of gradual change, a belief that even difficulties would pass through the same cycle of return. As Egypt's internal systems continued to mature, coordination across regions became even more seamless. The river functioned as the central artery of the civilization. Along its length, movement was continuous but balanced. Goods flowed from fertile regions to areas of need. Information traveled between distant communities. People moved in patterns shaped by seasonal necessity. And all of this created a sense of unity that was not imposed, but lived. Each region understood that it was part of a larger whole, and that the whole depended on the balance of its parts. At the symbolic center of this structure, the king remained a figure representing continuity, but the true stability of Egypt no longer rested in individual authority. It rested in the systems that had been refined over generations, systems that operated through habit as much as direction, systems that maintained themselves through repetition and shared practice. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability continued to spread slowly but steadily, not through expansion, but through observation. Travelers and traders returned with the same impressions again and again: a land shaped by the Nile, a civilization organized around cycles of nature, a society capable of sustaining large-scale coordination across long spans of time. These impressions did not change much over generations, and in their consistency, they shaped Egypt's reputation in the wider ancient world. It was seen not as a temporary rise of power, but as a long-standing presence, a civilization that remained steady even as surrounding regions changed more frequently. Inside the Nile Valley, however, life continued without reference to this external perception. Everything remained centered on the familiar rhythm of the river, the fields, the villages, the shared patterns of work and rest. And the great stone structures, now deeply woven into the landscape, stood as quiet markers of this long continuity. They were not separate from the world around them. They were expressions of it, shaped by time, shaped by cooperation, shaped by patience extended across generations. And as light moved across them, changing softly with the passing hours, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else: that a civilization does not become strong in a single moment. It becomes strong through repetition, through alignment, through the quiet decision to remain steady across time. And in that steadiness, it becomes something that endures far beyond the lives of those who built it. It becomes part of time itself.
As Egypt moved even further along its long and quiet path, the feeling of continuity became so complete that it no longer stood out in any single moment. It simply formed the background of existence. The river still flowed in its ancient rhythm. The fields still responded to its rise and fall. The villages still remained close to its banks, close to its presence, close to its life-giving cycle. But now, the entire civilization felt as if it had fully settled into itself, not in a static way, but in a deeply stable one. A state where movement still existed, but never broke the underlying balance. Everything that happened in the land now felt like part of a long, continuous current. Agriculture, trade, construction, communication, all of it moved in gentle coordination. Not because each part was constantly adjusted, but because each part had already learned how to align itself with the others, through repetition,
through experience, through generations of quiet refinement. In the agricultural heartlands, this harmony could be felt in the smallest details of daily life. The timing of planting matched the memory of past seasons. The care of the soil reflected knowledge passed down without interruption. The harvesting followed patterns that had been tested across countless cycles. There was no need to question whether these patterns would work. They had worked for as long as anyone could remember. And this long memory created a sense of trust in the land itself. Even when conditions shifted slightly, people responded without panic. They adjusted, they adapted, they continued, because continuity was stronger than uncertainty. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this same principle shaped every stage of work. Large-scale construction had become one of the most visible expressions of Egypt's long stability. But even these monumental efforts did not stand apart from daily life. They were woven into it. Stone was gathered gradually across seasons. Transport followed the natural rhythm of the river. Labor was organized in cycles that matched agricultural demands. Nothing demanded constant attention all at once. Everything unfolded in its proper time. And because of this timing, even immense works could continue without disturbing the balance of the land. They did not interrupt life, they extended it. In the villages, this sense of extension shaped how people understood their place in the world. Life was not divided into separate categories of work and rest, building and living, survival and community. It was all part of one continuous flow, a flow that carried meaning through repetition rather than change. People grew up within this rhythm without needing to analyze it. They learned it through presence, through participation, through the quiet passing of seasons that always returned in familiar form. As Egypt's internal systems continued to mature, coordination across the land became even more fluid and reliable. The river remained the central pathway that connected everything. Along its length, movement was steady and predictable. Goods traveled in organized flows. Information passed from region to region. Communities remained connected through shared dependence on the same natural system. This created a unity that was not enforced, it was experienced. Each part of the civilization understood that it existed within a larger whole, and that the stability of the whole depended on the balance of its parts. At the symbolic center of this system, the king remained a figure of continuity. But the strength of Egypt no longer rested on symbolic presence alone. It rested on structure, on habits that had been repeated so often they had become part of the land's identity, on systems that functioned not through constant direction, but through established rhythm. Beyond Egypt's borders, recognition of this stability continued to spread in a slow and steady way, not through conquest or sudden contact, but through long observation across generations. Travelers carried consistent impressions of the land, a civilization shaped by the Nile's cycle, a society organized around predictable natural rhythms, a culture capable of sustaining large efforts across vast stretches of time. These impressions remained remarkably stable, and in their stability, they shaped how Egypt was understood in the wider ancient world. It was not seen as a passing force, it was seen as something enduring, something that remained even as other regions changed more frequently. Inside the Nile Valley, however, none of this needed to be stated. Life continued in its familiar rhythm. The river, the fields, the communities along its banks, the shared understanding of cycles and continuity. And across the landscape, the great stone structures stood quietly as part of this long existence, some newly shaped, some weathered by time, all part of the same unfolding story. They were not separate from the civilization, they were expressions of it, made solid, made visible, made to endure. And as light moved across their surfaces, shifting gently but never disturbing their presence, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else, that a civilization does not need to rush to become great. It only needs to remain in balance long enough for its patterns to take form. And once those patterns are formed, they continue, long after the hands that shaped them are gone.
As Egypt continued its long passage through time, there came a point where the rhythm of life no longer felt like something that was being maintained. It felt like something that simply existed on its own, as if the civilization and the river had grown so closely aligned over countless generations that they no longer needed to be separated in thought. The Nile still rose in its distant origin. It still carried water through its long southern approach. It still spread gently across the land in its quiet, seasonal return. And the land still received it, without surprise, without tension, without uncertainty. Everything was already prepared. Everything was already remembered. Everything already knew what to do. This sense of deep familiarity shaped every part of life in Egypt, not through instruction, but through repetition so long that it became instinct. In the agricultural heartlands, people moved through the year as if following a path they had walked many times before. Even when they were young, they felt the rhythm around them as something ancient and reliable. The preparation of fields, the careful guiding of water, the patient waiting for growth, the quiet gathering of harvest. Each stage did not feel separate. It felt continuous, like breathing, in and out, again and again. And with each cycle, the land and its people seemed to understand each other more deeply, not through language, but through pattern. In the regions where stone structures continued their slow emergence from the earth, this same sense of continuity became even more visible. Construction was no longer an extraordinary undertaking. It had become part of the long-term rhythm of civilization itself. Quarries operated steadily, shaped by knowledge refined across generations. Transport followed routes that had been tested by time and water. Work sites adjusted their pace to match seasonal balance. Nothing forced itself forward. Everything waited for the right moment. And when the moment came, it moved, calmly, surely, without disruption. The stones themselves carried this sense of time within them, each one shaped through effort spread across many hands, each one placed with awareness that its position would outlast those who placed it, each one becoming part of a structure that belonged not to a single generation, but to many. They were not built quickly, and because of that, they were built to last. In the villages, life continued in a way that felt increasingly seamless. People did not think in terms of dramatic change, they thought in terms of continuity. The river would return, the fields would respond, the seasons would follow their pattern. And so even uncertainty felt less like chaos and more like variation within something known. This understanding gave daily life a quiet steadiness, a softness in the way people approached work, family, and community. Nothing needed to be rushed, because nothing needed to be feared in isolation. As Egypt's internal organization matured further, its coordination across regions became even more refined. The river functioned as a living thread that connected distant parts of the land. Along its banks, everything moved in a coordinated flow. Goods from fertile regions supported areas further away. Information about conditions traveled steadily between communities. People moved along established routes that followed natural timing. And all of this created a sense of unity that was not imposed from above, but woven through everyday life. Each region understood its place within the wider system.
Each region contributed to its balance. Each region received from it in return. At the symbolic center of this system remained the king, but the true stability of Egypt no longer depended on symbolism alone. It depended on the long-established structure beneath it, on practices repeated across generations until they became part of identity itself, on systems that had learned to sustain themselves through rhythm rather than intervention. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability continued to grow in a quiet and steady way, not through sudden expansion, but through repeated impressions carried over time. Travelers described the same qualities again and again: a civilization shaped by the Nile cycle, a society organized around predictable natural rhythms, a land where large-scale coordination could endure across generations. These descriptions did not change much, and because they did not change, they became trustworthy, a stable image of a stable civilization. Inside Egypt itself, however, there was no need to define this identity. It was simply lived, day by day, season by season, generation by generation. And across the landscape, the great stone structures stood as quiet witnesses to this long continuity. Some newly formed, some weathered by time, all part of the same ongoing presence. They were not separate from the world around them. They were part of its memory. And as light moved across them, soft, shifting, unhurried, they reflected a truth that had slowly become the foundation of Egypt's existence: that what is built with patience does not remain only in the present. It extends forward. It becomes part of continuity itself. And in continuity, it finds endurance.
As Egypt moved further along its long and steady path, there was a growing sense that time itself had begun to feel familiar. Not in the sense that it stopped moving, but in the sense that it no longer felt unpredictable. Each year carried the same quiet structure. Each season followed a known return. Each generation stepped into patterns already shaped before them. And so life felt less like discovery and more like continuation. The river still arrived in its distant, unseen origin. It still carried water through long and unseen journeys. It still reached the land in its gentle and predictable flood, and the land still welcomed it without hesitation, as if remembering it every time. This act of remembering was not conscious. It was built into the rhythm of existence. In the agricultural heartlands, this rhythm defined every moment of life. Fields were not prepared in urgency. They were prepared in anticipation that had been learned over many cycles. The timing of planting was not guessed, it was remembered. The movement of water through canals was not improvised, it was guided by patterns already known. And so, even when conditions shifted slightly, the response remained calm and steady. There was no need for disruption, only adjustment, only return to balance. In this way, the land and its people moved together like two parts of the same long memory. In the regions where stone structures continued their slow emergence, this sense of continuity became almost tangible. The work of building no longer felt like separate projects scattered across the land. It felt like a single, ongoing process that stretched beyond any individual lifetime. Stone was gathered patiently from distant places. Transport followed routes shaped by the river's predictable flow. Construction unfolded in stages that matched seasonal cycles. Nothing existed in isolation. Everything depended on everything else. And because of this interdependence, every action carried quiet significance. A delay in one place was balanced by progress in another. A pause in work became preparation for a later stage. A shift in timing was absorbed by the wider system without collapse. This created a civilization that did not resist time, but worked with it.
In the villages, daily life continued with the same steady rhythm that had always defined it. Homes were maintained gradually rather than rebuilt suddenly. Tools were repaired repeatedly rather than replaced. Food was shared according to patterns of long-established need. There was little urgency in these actions because urgency was not required for survival. The system itself provided continuity. As Egypt's internal coordination continued to mature, the movement of goods and information across the land became even more fluid. The river remained the central pathway of connection. Along its length, life moved in a continuous, gentle flow. Communities remained aware of one another through regular exchange. Resources moved where they were needed most. Information about the state of the land traveled steadily between regions. And all of this created a sense of unity that did not depend on distance. Each part of the civilization was connected through rhythm rather than proximity. At the symbolic center of this structure, the king remained a figure of continuity. But the strength of Egypt was no longer contained within any single presence. It existed in the structure itself, in the habits of coordination repeated across generations, in the shared understanding that balance must be preserved. Beyond Egypt's borders, recognition of this stability continued to grow quietly, not through sudden expansion, but through repetition of observation over long periods. Travelers returned with familiar descriptions: a land shaped by a single river, a civilization organized around cycles of nature, a society capable of maintaining large systems across great spans of time. These impressions remained steady across generations, and in their steadiness, they shaped Egypt's identity in the wider world. It was not seen as temporary, it was seen as enduring, as something that remained even when other things changed. Inside the Nile Valley, however, none of this needed to be spoken. Life continued in its familiar rhythm. The river, the fields, the villages along its banks, the shared understanding of cycles that guided everything without effort. And across the landscape, the great stone structures stood quietly as part of this long continuity, some newly formed, some weathered by countless seasons, all belonging to the same unfolding story. They did not stand apart from time, they were shaped by it. And as sunlight moved across their surfaces, soft, shifting, never hurried, they reflected a truth that had become the foundation of Egypt itself: that a civilization does not become strong through sudden movement. It becomes strong through sustained alignment, through repetition, through patience held across generations. And in that patience, it becomes something that endures beyond the lives that created it. It becomes part of time. As Egypt continued its long unfolding, there came a point where the rhythm of life no longer needed attention to remain steady. It simply continued. The river still followed its ancient path, carrying water from distant highlands through long unseen journeys before reaching the land. It still rose in its season. It still spread across the fields. It still retreated in quiet retreat, leaving behind fertile ground. And the land still responded as it always had, without hesitation, without uncertainty, as if the entire system had learned the river so well that even its smallest changes were understood in advance. This deep familiarity shaped everything, not as knowledge that was spoken, but as knowledge that was lived. In the agricultural heartlands, people moved through their days with quiet continuity. The preparation of soil, the planting of seeds, the guiding of water, the gathering of harvest, each action followed a rhythm that had been refined across countless generations. There was no need to reconsider each step. The steps were already known, not because they were simple, but because they had been repeated so many times that they had become part of life itself. And so, even when seasons shifted slightly, the response remained calm. Adjustments were made gently, without disruption, without fear. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this same sense of continuity shaped every stage of work. Construction was no longer viewed as something extraordinary. It was part of the long shared movement of civilization. Stone was gathered with patience from distant places. Transport followed the slow, steady rhythm of the river. Work at the construction sites unfolded in carefully spaced phases. Nothing was forced into urgency. Everything waited for the right moment. And when that moment came, it moved forward with quiet certainty. Each structure carried within it the memory of many seasons, of many hands, of many adjustments, of many returns to the same unfinished work. They were not built in a single effort. They were built in continuity. And because of that, they belonged not to one time, but to many. In the villages, life continued in its familiar pattern, shaped by repetition that had become comfort. Homes were maintained gradually, not replaced suddenly. Tools were repaired until they became part of memory itself. Food and water were shared according to patterns that required no explanation. There was a quiet trust in the stability of the world, a trust built not on belief, but on experience. As Egypt's internal systems continued to refine themselves, the movement of goods, people, and information became increasingly smooth. The river remained the central connection. Along its length, life flowed in a continuous, balanced current. Communities remained aware of one another through regular exchange. Resources moved toward areas of need. Information traveled steadily from one region to another. And all of this created a unity that did not need to be declared. It was simply present. At the symbolic center of this system remained the king. But by this stage, his presence was no longer the source of the system's strength. It was a reflection of it, a symbol of continuity rather than a driver of change. The real strength of Egypt had shifted long ago into something deeper, into structure, into habit, into the quiet coordination of many parts moving in alignment. Beyond Egypt's borders, recognition of this stability had become more consistent than ever, not through conquest or expansion, but through repetition of observation. Travelers carried the same impressions again and again, a civilization shaped by the Nile's cycle, a society organized around seasonal rhythm, a land where large systems could remain stable across generations. These impressions did not vary much over time, and because they remained consistent, they became trusted. Egypt became known not as something that rose quickly, but as something that remained. Inside the Nile Valley, however, none of this external perception changed daily life. Life continued inwardly focused, centered on the river, centered on the fields, centered on the shared rhythm of human and land moving together. And across the landscape, the great stone structures stood as quiet expressions of this long continuity. Some newly shaped, some softened by centuries of wind and light, all part of the same ongoing presence. They did not interrupt the world around them. They belonged to it. And as sunlight passed over their surfaces, shifting slowly with the passing hours, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else. That a civilization does not become lasting through sudden achievement. It becomes lasting through alignment that continues without interruption, through patterns repeated until they become natural, and through patience that holds steady long enough for time itself to accept it. And in that acceptance, it endures. As Egypt moved further through its long and steady unfolding, the sense of time became almost like a soft surface the civilization lived upon. Not something sharp, not something breaking, but something continuous and familiar. The river still followed its ancient course. It still carried water through distant lands and long unseen paths. It still arrived each season with the same quiet certainty, and the land still received it as if nothing had ever been different. This repetition was not dull, it was stabilizing. It created a world where expectation and reality moved closely together, where life rarely surprised in disruptive ways. In the agricultural heartlands, this created a deep sense of calm continuity. People did not approach each season as something uncertain, they approached it as something known. The preparation of fields followed patterns remembered across generations. The movement of water followed channels maintained with patient care. The gathering of harvest followed timing shaped by long observation. Even when conditions varied slightly, the response remained steady, not because it was forced, but because it was understood. In the regions where stone structures continued their slow emergence, this understanding of continuity became even more visible. Construction was no longer an isolated activity. It had become part of the civilization's ongoing rhythm. Stone was collected gradually from distant places. Transport followed the predictable movement of the river. Work progressed in stages that aligned with agricultural cycles. Nothing demanded immediate completion. Everything unfolded over time. And because of this, even the largest structures rose without breaking the balance of daily life. They did not interrupt the world, they extended it. Each stone carried within it the memory of time, of careful selection, of patient shaping, of placement that considered not only the present moment, but the many moments that would follow. In the villages, life continued with the same steady familiarity that had long defined it. Homes were not replaced often, but maintained carefully across years. Tools were repaired until they became part of personal history. Food was shared according to established patterns that required no explanation. There was little separation between individual life and collective life. Everything existed within a shared rhythm, a rhythm that had been refined so slowly that it no longer felt constructed, it felt natural. As Egypt's internal systems continued to mature, coordination across the land became even more fluid and reliable. The river remained the central pathway of connection. Along its course, movement was constant but balanced. Goods flowed steadily between regions. Information traveled without disruption. People moved in patterns shaped by necessity and season. And all of this created a unity that was not imposed from outside, but experienced from within. Each region understood its role. Each region contributed to the larger system, and each region depended on it in return. At the symbolic center of this structure, the king remained present as a figure of continuity. But the strength of Egypt no longer depended on any single presence or decision. It depended on the system itself, on repetition, on structure, on the accumulated wisdom of generations who had learned how to maintain balance. Beyond Egypt's borders, recognition of this stability continued to spread in a slow, steady rhythm, not through sudden discovery, but through repeated encounters over long periods of time. Travelers described the same qualities again and again: a civilization shaped by the Nile, a society organized around predictable cycles, a land where large-scale effort could continue across generations without collapse. These impressions did not change significantly over time, and in their consistency, they formed a lasting image of Egypt in the wider world, not as something temporary, but as something enduring, something that remained steady while other places shifted more frequently. Inside the Nile Valley, however, there was no need for this image to define life. Life continued as it always had: the river, the fields, the villages along its banks, the shared rhythm of work, rest, and renewal. And across the landscape, the great stone structures stood quietly as part of this long continuity. Some new, some aged by countless seasons, all belonging to the same unfolding presence. They did not stand apart from time, they were shaped by it. And as light moved across their surfaces, soft, slow, unbroken, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else. That a civilization becomes strong not through sudden change, but through long alignment, through repetition that becomes natural, through patience that does not break under time. And in that patience, it endures.
As Egypt continued its long passage through time, there came a point where the idea of direction itself felt less important than the idea of continuation. The river still flowed as it always had. The land still responded as it always had. The people still lived within the same gentle rhythm that had shaped countless generations before them. But now there was a deeper stillness beneath everything. A sense that the civilization no longer needed to define where it was going, because it already knew how to continue. Not through certainty of destination, but through certainty of rhythm. In the agricultural heartlands, this rhythm had become so deeply embedded that it no longer required conscious thought. The rise of the river was not a surprise. The return of the water was not a question. The cycle of planting and harvest was not an experiment. It was memory. A memory carried not in words, but in action, repeated so many times that it had become instinctive. And so life moved forward in a steady, familiar flow. Fields were prepared with quiet attention. Water was guided with patient hands. Harvests were gathered without urgency, knowing the cycle would return again. Each stage existed not as an isolated event, but as part of a larger continuity that never truly ended. In the regions where stone structures continued to rise, this continuity became visible in its most enduring form. Construction was no longer a project with a beginning and end. It was an ongoing expression of civilization itself. Stone was gathered slowly from distant places. Transport followed the calm, predictable movement of the river. Work unfolded in carefully balanced phases that aligned with seasonal life. And because of this alignment, even the largest efforts did not disturb the rhythm of the land. They moved within it, as if they belonged there from the beginning. Each structure carried within it the accumulation of time, not just in its physical form, but in the countless moments that made it possible. Moments of preparation, moments of waiting, moments of return after pause, all held together in one continuous presence. In the villages, life remained grounded in the same steady familiarity. Homes were maintained with care passed down through generations. Tools were repaired and reused until they became part of memory itself. Food and water were shared according to patterns that had long been understood. There was little urgency in these actions, because urgency was not needed. The system itself provided stability, and within that stability, people found a quiet ease in daily living. As Egypt's internal coordination continued to mature, the movement of goods and information across the land became even more seamless. The river remained the central pathway of unity. Along its banks, life moved in continuous flow. Resources traveled from regions of abundance to regions of need. Information passed from one community to another without disruption. People moved along established routes shaped by long experience. And all of this created a sense of wholeness that did not need to be enforced. It simply existed. Each region was aware of its connection to the others. Each region contributed to maintaining balance.
Each region depended on that balance in return. At the symbolic center of this system, the king remained a figure of continuity, but his role no longer defined the strength of Egypt, it reflected it. The true foundation of stability lay in the patterns that had been repeated across generations, in the shared understanding that balance must be preserved, in the quiet discipline of coordination that had become part of culture itself. Beyond Egypt's borders, recognition of this stability continued to grow in a slow, consistent rhythm, not through expansion or sudden contact, but through long observation repeated across time. Travelers and traders carried impressions that rarely changed, a civilization shaped by the Nile, a society organized around predictable cycles, a land where large systems could remain stable across generations without collapse. These impressions became part of the wider understanding of Egypt, and because they remained consistent, they became trusted. Inside the Nile Valley, however, none of this external perception shaped daily life. Life remained inward, centered on the river, centered on the land, centered on the rhythm that had always existed. And across the landscape, the great stone structures stood as quiet witnesses to this long continuity. Some newly formed, some softened by centuries of wind and sun, all part of the same ongoing presence. They were not separate from time, they were shaped by it. And as light moved across them in slow, unbroken motion, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else. That a civilization does not become great in a single moment. It becomes great through alignment that holds steady across generations, through repetition that turns into nature, through patience that does not break under the weight of time. And in that patience, it becomes something that does not fade. It becomes something that remains.
As Egypt continued its long unfolding through time, there was a growing sense that nothing essential needed to be redefined. The river remained the same in its deep, steady rhythm. The land remained the same in its quiet response. The people remained the same in the way they lived within that rhythm. But this sameness was not emptiness, it was continuity, a kind of living memory that carried itself forward without interruption. Each generation did not start again from the beginning. It stepped into something already in motion, already balanced, already understood. And so life did not feel like constant rebuilding. It felt like ongoing participation. In the agricultural heartlands, this participation shaped every part of the year. The rise of the river was not watched with anxiety, it was received with recognition. The fields were not prepared as experiments, they were prepared as continuation. The soil, already known through generations of use, was tended with quiet familiarity. Water moved through channels that had been shaped and reshaped over long time, and the harvest came as part of the same cycle that had always returned. Nothing in this process stood alone. Everything belonged to what came before and what would come after. In the regions where stone structures continued their slow emergence, this sense of continuity became almost physical. Construction was not a break from daily life, it was an extension of it. Stone was gathered patiently from distant places. Transport followed the steady movement of the river. Work unfolded in long, measured phases shaped by seasonal balance. Each step was connected to another step. Each stage depended on timing that had been refined over generations. And because of this refinement, even the largest works could proceed without disrupting the rhythm of the land. They did not compete with life, they moved alongside it, like another layer of the same long pattern. In the villages, daily life continued with a calm familiarity that required little explanation. Homes were not replaced often, but cared for across long spans of time.
tools were repaired until their history became part of their form. Food and water were shared according to rhythms that needed no instruction. People learned not through formal teaching alone, but through presence, through observation, through participation in the same cycles repeated endlessly around them. As Egypt's internal systems continued to mature, coordination across regions became increasingly fluid. The river remained the central path of connection. Along its course, movement was constant but unbroken. Goods traveled in steady flow. Information passed naturally between communities. People moved according to seasonal needs and established patterns. And through this movement, the civilization held together as one continuous system, not through force, but through rhythm. Each region understood its place within the whole. Each region contributed to maintaining balance. Each region received from that balance in return. At the symbolic center of this system, the king remained a figure of continuity. But by now, the strength of Egypt no longer depended on a center alone. It depended on the structure that surrounded it, on the long-developed coordination that allowed many parts to function as one, on the shared understanding that stability was not accidental, but maintained through repetition. Beyond Egypt's borders, awareness of this stability continued to grow slowly and steadily, not through sudden change or dramatic encounter, but through repeated observation across long periods of time. Travelers described Egypt in the same way across generations, a civilization shaped by the Nile, a society organized around natural cycles, a land where large systems could continue across centuries without collapse. These descriptions remained consistent, and in their consistency, they became defining. Egypt was understood as something enduring, something that did not disappear with time's passing. Inside the Nile Valley, however, life did not think in terms of reputation or recognition. It remained grounded in immediate experience. The river, the fields, the villages, the shared rhythm of human and land moving together. And across this landscape, the great stone structures stood as quiet expressions of long continuity, some newly formed, some softened by centuries of wind and light, all part of the same unfolding presence. They did not stand apart from the world, they were part of it. And as light moved across their surfaces in slow, gentle motion, they reflected a truth that had come to define Egypt more than anything else: that a civilization does not become enduring through sudden strength. It becomes enduring through alignment that continues without interruption, through repetition that becomes nature itself, and through patience that allows time to pass without breaking its form. And in that patience, it remains.
As Egypt continued its long and quiet passage through time, there was no single moment when it became something greater than it had been before. There was only accumulation, a slow gathering of stability, a slow refinement of balance, a slow deepening of harmony between people, land, and river. And in that accumulation, the civilization became what it was meant to be, not through sudden rise, but through long continuation. The river still moved, as it always had. The fields still responded, as they always had. The people still lived within the same gentle rhythm that had shaped their ancestors and would shape those who came after them. Everything remained connected. Everything remained in motion. But nothing was lost in that motion, because everything returned, again and again, season after season, generation after generation. And over time, this return became the quiet foundation of strength. Egypt did not become a superpower in the way that later worlds would understand the word.
It became something more ancient than that idea. It became a civilization that could hold itself together across time. A civilization where large effort could be sustained without breaking, where life could continue without losing balance, where memory itself was carried not only in stories, but in systems, in land, in river, and in stone. The great structures that stood across the Nile Valley did not speak, but they did not need to. They carried the weight of time within them. They stood as reminders that what is built slowly, with patience and coordination, does not belong to a single moment. It belongs to many moments, to all the hands that touched it, to all the seasons that passed over it, to all the generations that lived beside it. And as the light of the sun moved across them one final time in this telling, soft, quiet, unhurried, it did not reveal anything new. It only revealed what had always been there: continuity, balance, endurance, and the quiet strength of a civilization that learned, long ago, how to live in harmony with time itself. And so Egypt remains in memory not as a sudden rise or a fleeting power, but as a long river of human life, flowing gently through history, never truly ending, only continuing, quietly, endlessly, into the silence of time.